We fell out of love like shooting stars came crashing down, and we're building back up again now. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you. I see your heart, see your mind, see all you hide. I won't let you go, can't let this die. When you lose yourself, I'll be right beside you.
city lights coming into view. I'll put my arms all the way around you, and forever peace will surround you. Forever. Forever. Forever, peace will surround you, 'cause the arms of the sun have found you, have found you, have found you,
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Blue Otter League Wild Card Round. I am Thunder. I am joined today by my wonderful color caster Camcom. We are bringing you the matchup between GSG Sigma and Titan Gaming Obsidian. Camcom, how are you doing today, and what can we look forward to in this first round of Wild Card?
Yeah, hello everyone. Hi, I am usually one of the platinum or diamond play-by-plays. Even we're subbing in tonight. We've got a substitute cast for our wild card round. Unfortunately, one of our casters is sick and the other one couldn't make it here tonight. Titan Game Obsidian versus GST Sigma though. Titan Gaming coming in from Infernal as their 5th seed. GSG Sigma was Hextech's 4th seed. Now I'm gonna check here real quick. Yeah, it was Infernal. That was the super close. It was like tied the entire season, and even still looking at the draft, we had a it was a 5-way tie for 4th seed. It was very similar to the diamond bracket where we had a 4-way tie for 1st seed. It was a lot of ties. There's a lot of tiebreakers. So as much as it's a 4th versus 5th kind of seeding game, it can feel a lot higher just because of how the ties kind of played out.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, GSG Sigma, they were only in that 4th place spot because of the head-to-head against
Yeah.
another 4-3 team. And so this was very, it's very much, it's a different than just a 5th v 4th, as you are saying. And I mean, I was looking at a lot of the predictions that people have for this game, and people don't really have faith in TG Obsidian, which that can't feel good. But we're going into the draft. I'm excited to see what they can pull out. They do have a new top laner in Ragnar, because Ulveric has graduated up to Diamond. Congratulations to him. But it's going to change up what Obsidian can play through and how they play. First off, though, they ban out Aurelia. Sigma are contemplating what their first ban is going to be.
Yeah, I was trying to do my pick'ems for Platinum. I asked the person that I know watches every single Platinum game, the classic Coach Pizza Man himself. I asked him specifically who he thought was going to win this match, and he said if you see GSG, assume they're going to lose. So naturally, I picked GSG to win this matchup. I think I had them winning this match like 3-1 and then losing next match 1-3 or something like that in corners. It was just, if I'm told someone's gonna lose, there's no way I can then predict them to lose. That was my official prediction coming into here tonight. These bans are not bans I typically see. I cannot tell you the last time I saw a Twitch or a Kindred ban in a round 1 ban phase.
No, that is correct. I haven't seen them either, but Sigma, they have done their research. Salt Shaker in the jungle for TG Obsidian had a game recently on Kindred. It was something like 17-10 and I don't know. Absolutely carried on the champion. And then hi, I'm Fritz on the Twitch, and the bottom lane plays a ton of Twitch in solo queue, is a very, very strong Twitch player. So targeting out kind of the big carries, I think, for what TG Obsidian could be hoping for. The Shen, I think they're just assuming Ragnar might play a safe pick, which I could see, but we are seeing the support pickups first. That is going to be Blitzcrank for the support Dracus down on the bottom side for Obsidian, and Thresh for 3-7-6 on Sigma.
Ooh.
And it is a Lucian pickup as well. There's no Nami, so this maybe will be going solo lane.
Yeah, Lucian solo lane has kind of been coming back in the meta. Riot can't decide if they want to make him a solo lane or an AD carry, right? So it's like he starts coming meta in a mid lane, and then they give him buffs with the shields to go back to AD carry, and then they start giving him buffs to just extra damage in general, so then that pushes him back in the mid lane. So it's kind of back and forth right now. He is more on the slightly more AD carry meta phase, but absolutely, it's one of those champions that can very easily be flexed mid and ADC, just kind of depending on player comfort level. Now we have two marksmen picked here for TG Obsidian, Senna and Graves. Both of these also flex picks, but with Blitzcrank locked in, that is most likely Senna AD carry. And then Graves, again, seeing him a whole lot more top recently, but can still be played jungle.
Yeah, indeed. And it is a little bit of a takeaway, I think, from Gassiop. Gassiop has a lot of Graves play as well, but instead we'll just be picking up the Shyvana in the jungle. Now, real quick, we're getting in the second round of bans. Obsidian banned the Jinx and the Soraka. Those are actually surprisingly both takeaways from Fritz, I think. Fritz has played. Or not takeaway from Fritz, takeaway from Pepsi of Time. Pretty sure Pepsi of Time has played the Soraka, I think. Look, I'm gonna be honest, I'm new here. I get stuff wrong all the time. But as the other bans come through, Darius is banned away by Obsidian. Lolly played 4 games of Darius in a row. This is the only champ that they have played over their last 2 matches. They lost last week on the Darius, but this is Obsidian saying we're going to take off the comfort pick, I think. And then we also see the Trundle and Anivia bans as well coming out of Sigma.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume it's Graves jungle for now. If both of the bot lanes and junglers have been picked so far, then yes, we should most be seeing the solo lane bans here, right? So it does make sense. Even if they are assuming that it is Graves top, then it is still safe to ban the Trundle. Trundle, another one of those just many champions right now that can be flexed between the mid and top. So most likely the blind pick here will be mid lane for GSG Sigma, so that are on R4 even, so that they can wait and see where this Graves is going specifically, and they can counterpick that last on R5.
Indeed. One thing to note. Oh, actually, that is okay. That's a Malphite pick. I'm assuming Malphite is not a flex champion. That is probably going into the hands of Lolly up on the top side of the map.
I mean, fair enough, right? You already have a very strong AD carry support duo bot lane, right? Like, Lucian is one of the best ADCs to just win a lane. So Shyvana probably not going to be spending a whole lot of time on the top side. You got to give your resources down to Lucian on the bot side there. So picking any sort of tank if Shen's not available. Malphite, absolutely a very solid choice. That is a Scion lock-in plus Cassiopeia. That'll also confirm that it is Graves jungle.
Indeed, it does. So the Scion on the top lane, a couple notes on the Cassiopeia for Kohler 234 in the mid lane for Titan Gaming Obsidian. Cassiopeia has been banned a total of 6 out of the 18 games they have played, has been picked 5 out of the 18 games, has a current 60% win rate for Kohler in the mid lane throughout the series so far, throughout Blue Otter League so far. High priority on this champion, has 10 kills in 2 of the games, very feast or famine on this, and the answer for the Epi champion in the mid lane is going to be the Syndra, a very common pick for them as well. And that's the full draft. It will be the Thresh Lucian in the bot lane, and hey, Set is going to be there as well. It's like a whole little lore trio fighting against each other all of a sudden. I like it.
Yeah, the only thing left we needed was like a Callisto or Viega, right? And then that is really the whole lore trio. Yeah, but yeah, Epi champion getting his R5 Cinder here, probably one of, if not the strongest pick for him, just as a comfort pick as well as in the meta here. You can match Cassiopeia in the scaling. You can't match her so easily in the roams, but in teamfight presence, absolutely, Syndra is one of those champions. You have the outplay button of the R key, right? The only downfall of this is Syndra is very prone to being caught up by Blitzcrank hooks, so if Epi champion is picked out before these team fights, then you're missing quite possibly all of your AP damage if Shyvana does build attack speed.
Indeed. Do you think maybe we'll see a cleanse on the Syndra? We'll probably see the flash. Do we think teleports are going to be a pretty high priority here? I imagine they will be on, like, you know,
maybe
the 2 tanks, because what else are they going to do? They're not taking Ignite top. But for the mid laners, are they going to want to scrap?
I think it's going to be a very calm mid lane. It is control mage versus control mage, so typically that's a very micro type lane where nothing really happens level 6. Level 6, we might see some presence from the junglers, maybe a support roam. We do have both very high roam, high hook CC champions in the bot lane, right? So if there is going to be anything happening in the mid lane, it's going to be with the help of someone else. I'm not expecting any solo kills on control mage versus control mage match.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, it might get exciting at some point. Maybe maybe they'll have low mana and just start auto attacking each other. You never know. But that being said, there is a lot of, I mean, there's not really a lot. There's a lot of team fight on both sides. It looks like not really a lot of split pushing unless we want to see like a Hullbreaker Scion, and I don't think that's good out of like the EU West server, honestly.
Yeah, I have seen quite a lot of Scion, just in-tank Scion split push type. It's not even a build, it's a play style, it's a mindset.
It's a mindset.
It is what it really is.
Set, if
right?
you will.
Maybe we'll see it from Enza here in game 1. It is a very good pick to have in a best of 5, especially in a game 1 where you can kind of like measure the skill level of yourself versus the enemy or the other groups, right? Because Hextech versus Inferno, these two groups have not played each other at all other than the mid-season tournament for the last 7 to 8 weeks. So this is kind of the first real series that's not a best of 1 or any sort of scrim or anything that we've gotten to see between these two groups. So that's kind of half the point of these wildcard days, is to see where Hextech and Infernal kind of lie in terms of skill between each other. So if you want to skill check your opponents planting Scion, see how well they can deal with that, absolutely.
Indeed. And speaking of Hextech and Infernal, both of these teams, this is the first matchup, as you said, since the mid-season tournament. It's going to be to figure out who is top dog and who gets to go on to face Lancers Esports in the main tournament. But this is a best of 5. This is only the very first game. We have just a few minutes. We will go into a brief spectator delay before we get into the game. Don't go anywhere. This should be an absolute banger.
Swear I won't forget this, why do I regret this? In my mind reckless, thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up, I'm breathless, anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed. I hate being open, I hate being broken. I feel like an ocean filled up with emotion. Anger ain't a potion, rub it on like lotion. I can feel it soaking, reopen, the scars have awoken. I can't move on till I let go. I feel so lost, never at home. Need to be.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the game. We are already in and the first blood goes over the Cassiopeia. Gassiop on the Shyvana falls very, very quickly. That is going to be a great kill on Kohler. Holy cow, Camcom. It's an explosive start to the game.
Yeah, hi everyone. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, where we have a very dead dragony Shyvana already. That was a 42-second first blood for the bot side there on Titan Gaming. Obsidian first blood gold picked up by Color. Some interesting rune choices that we can't talk about now, level 1 that I'm hoping nothing else explodes. So it is going to be a barrier versus ignite mid lane matchup. I thought we weren't going to have fighting. Boy, was I wrong. Oh no, this is an ignite versus barrier. That just screams, I want to fight level 3, I want to fight level 4, and I want to absolutely fight level 6. We also do have a PTA Shyvana, which means she is not building an AP. She's going to be building attack speed, leaving Epi Champion as the only AP damage threat for GSG Sigma. I'm not a huge fan of Syndra being a sole AP, but if she does build a whole lot of AP, then she can do damage. It's just not as great as something like an Anivia or a Karthus as a sole AP.
Indeed. And of course the Cassiopeia in the lane against her. Syndra's already getting punished and it's not even her fault. This is a Doran's Ring plus tier start for Kohler. This is going to be a Cassiopeia that doesn't have very many mana problems, I think, in this early game.
Yeah, that's just the trouble of giving a Cassiopeia first blood, right? As Strakus, he's on the Blitzcrank. You gotta watch out. And Scion, right? For Enza, like, these two champions are super well known for cheesing, for killing you level 1, and unfortunately just Gassy was not very respectful of that. I think next game they absolutely will remember that, especially if they do pick the Scion and Blitzcrank again.
Indeed. And now, of course, we are taking a look briefly at the bottom lane. The Thresh Lucian bottom lane into the Senna Blitzcrank. There are 2 assists on the Senna and Blitz, but I don't think that's going to help from this Lucian and Thresh. Already pushing in pretty aggressively here. And as you said, this is going to be a rough bot lane. It's going to be up to the Shyvana to stack dragons, right? We'll have to see what they go for. 376 whiffs the hook, but this is already a very aggressive and pushing lane for Pepsi time in 376.
Yeah, typically when you do pick Shyvana so early on in the draft on R3, right, you have to have a very strong winning lane in your bot lane, because you have to be able to get the first 2 dragons in order for your champion to really be able to scale up into the mid game. As hard as you want a Shyvana to be, right? So picking Lucian Thresh, absolutely, like, this bot lane should be able to keep the wave underneath Fritz's and Drakus's tower long enough to get dragons. Oh no, that's gonna catch me up a whole lot. But yes, they should have prio for the first couple of dragons here, just because it's a Lucian Thresh.
Indeed. So we'll have to see who. I mean, we already saw first blood, but we're gonna have to see where the action decides to go. Epi Champion with a pretty good scout of the week to push Kohler back. Mid laners trading fairly evenly. This is Electrocute on the Syndra. Oh, but now we're starting to see some aggression come through. A phenomenal flay out of 376, but Drakus gets out of there with the flash. Senna invests the heal. 376 taking quite a lot of damage. A double flash after the root. 3v3 in the bot lane. Nobody has fallen yet, but that's a lot of summoner spells used. Both, we're going to have to see what's going on. It looks like everybody is just disengaging for the time being, but the range on this Senna is still proving to be a problem.
Yeah, and that problem is only going to get bigger and bigger later on in the game. She is one of the infinite scaling champions, right? Like, that is how her passive makes her work. They got both of the summoner spells out from 376. He does not have Hex Flash either, so his Flash being down for the next couple of minutes in a lane that they're supposed to be able to win is going to be quite detrimental, especially at that level 6 mark. He's not going to have Flash, so it's going to be a lot harder to be able to get the first, maybe second kill for Pepsi time that they are trying to look for in this early game. Drakus, he did also burn his Flash, but luckily he did take Hex Flash, so it's not as bad, still not great though.
Indeed. And of course, the Senna, that play was started off by 376, but Fritz did not have to invest a flash of their own. Both ADCs still relatively safe in that regard. Only the heal coming out. Edza going in with a flash of his own. These two tanks, they want to fight. Edza gets literally nothing off of that, though.
Okay, I'm gonna try my very best to explain what that was. Edsa, he was looking for the fast back. Either that or he thought that it was a different summoner spell that he had on his D key. One or the other. Fast back or wrong summoner spell. I don't know. That was pretty funny.
Look, he's taken some hints from the bows. This is the Inting Scion gameplay. Random flash already invested, doesn't even need it. It's gonna hit level 6 soon and can start going into the turrets. But that being said, 376 throwing down some harassment hooks onto Kohler. And so far, I will say, despite Kohler getting that first blood advantage, starting with the tier and the ring, CS has remained remarkably even in the mid lane. The only place where there's a considerable lead is actually on Fritz in the bot lane, which, considering the matchup, is a little wild to me.
Yeah, and it's also lethality Senna, right? So he thought that he was going to have a rough time in this early game. He was like, nope, we're going full damage. Absolutely no support from this. And the only support you'll be seeing is the W's that he lands, which so far have been pretty on point. Looks like there's about to be a gank potential. First Dragon did just spawn.
Oh, Fritz taking a ton of damage, but that saved flash gets them out of there scot-free. The Lantern bringing the Lucian all the way back into the fight, but Salt Shaker has arrived. Gasyop is on the way. Siobhan is still level 5, does not have that Dragon transformation yet. Everybody disengages once more, and Fritz gets out of there to go back to the fountain.
Man, I was 100% expecting bot lane to be the most volatile, but this is the quietest volatile lane I have ever seen in my life. It is just always running at each other, but the second before anyone actually dies, we all disengage. Now, Lolly, look for a kill in the mid lane.
A huge miasma, but a scatter into Lolly gets the kill for Epi Champion. Cassiopeia a little bit too aggressive on the trade. Salt Shaker and Drakus not quite there. Hold on, it looks like 376 is on the way. Gasyop and Lolly are still fighting. It's now a 3v2. The Flay comes through. Lolly now at level 6. Drac is trying to get out of there. Salt Shaker still here, and here comes the Scion. The knockup comes through. That's a double stun. The first kill to Edza. The second, this Scion is making it happen. Who needs a flash when you can come in from downtown and pick up 2 kills?
Man, Thunder, I thought that the Scion was supposed to go 0-2-0, but now he's 2-0-0. Guys, this is not how the Scion is supposed to be played. This is the wrong number, the wrong spot on the KDA. What's happened? And that fight was just so unfortunate. I don't know if you were watching Gas there, but he kind of broke Drakus's ankles a little bit. He was doing a very funky dance, making sure that he wasn't going to get hooked, and I think he was trying to buy time for a couple of minions to die so that he could pop level 6, because Shyvana is just really not a champion 3-6. You have to have time to stack your rage and then be able to go into dragon form, and that's when you can really do the most damage, especially in team fights, right? So he had to buy as much time as possible there before anything started, and unfortunately it was just not enough. Edza made sure that it was not enough.
Indeed. And this is a phage on the Scion. Is this Hullbreaker? It's Hullbreaker, yeah. It is Hullbreaker Scion? Okay, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. You know, I appreciate that the Scion came in and said, I'll have an impact on the team fight one time before you never see me again. But hey, it surely was an impact. And now Fritz continues to try to apply this pressure here, but I think in the 1v1, Lucian's going to do more damage. Kohler invests the flash. This is a miasma that goes through on Epi Champion, and it is a clean kill this time. Gasyop does have the level 6, but is not there in time.
Really nice solo care there by Color. He just kind of caught Epi Champion out a little bit. He was able to flash forward, not quite able to land the ultimate that... Actually, no, he didn't even have to land the ultimate that time. He was able to keep it off of cooldown, and Epi Champion, he kind of just stayed in lane one wave too long. He had to recall, he had to respect the damage from a lost chapter Cassiopeia, right? And now first tower, or I meant first dragon, but maybe first plate. Yeah, that's the ult.
Kohler taking a few turret shots there. Cassio almost could have just jumped on him, but as you said, that is going to be first dragon actually going over. to Salt Shaker. The Hullbreaker Scion is completed. These turrets are going to start melting fast. 376 and Gassiop, they are here to try to deter this dragon from going over. It looks like they're successful for now. The rest of the team is here. Stacking these dragons is important for Shyvana. Favor of Titan Gaming, despite, you know, that scrap in the bottom lane, and it's pretty much all in the CS gap. And we can see in the items that are completed, Eclipse is completed for the Senna, Hullbreaker completed for the Scion. Those are the, oh, and as I said, of course, here comes the Frostfire Gauntlet for the Shyvana. Mythics are starting to come through as we reach the 11-12 minute mark. We'll have to see who wants to fight with these item spikes. Rift Herald still up.
Yeah, Rift Herald is still up. We already had a 5v5 for the first dragon. It was not. Ooh, Salt Shaker.
Salt Shaker is here, has the collateral damage. Pepsi of time is low. The collateral damage comes through. There's the kill. 376 is going to fall as well. Drakis with 2 kills. This Blitzcrank tied for the most kills on the team.
Let's go, Blitzcrank. Double kill for Drakis. Absolutely beautiful hook that he was able to land. Unfortunately, 376, he just had absolutely no idea that Salt Shaker was hovering in that bush. So the second he threw his hook and his play out, you're missing half your kit as the Thresh. Now you only have a Lantern and Box. So Salt Shaker, he can walk in knowing that there's no CC between Pepsi and 376 at that point, right? And it's just an easy double kill. Unfortunately, it was a double kill for Drakis, so maybe the least value member on between the three of them to have more gold, but still, you know what? I'm a support player. Blitzcrank support, get the kills all the way. They're good to see it.
Hey, you know, getting that last little bit of damage on that hook, that could do it, you know? But we will have to see. Kohler is pretty low here in the mid lane. A potential gank could come through on the flashless Cassiopeia. Gassiop and Eds are going to see each other. The stun comes through. That is a knockup. Gassiop is trying to get out of there and will do just that as the rest of the team comes and says hello. Drakis briefly recalled before realizing he is on a ward, and we all reset. Herald has gone over to Gassiop.
It is so nice to see Gassiop hold the patience for his ultimate there. You see the fully stacked Fear Bar, and you just are thinking, like, there's no way that Shyvana isn't going to press R here. But no, it would have been disastrous if Gassiop had. So the fact that he was able to hold it, just wait to see how many other people were there, and then find out, yep, it's not a 1v1. I can run away without even having to press R. So it's just really nice waiting to see what's going to happen. And now he can use the ult aggressively here in mid lane.
Ooh, there we go. A perfect scout of the week into the gameplay button, the Epi champion. I don't even think Gassiop was needed for that one. That is another kill onto the Syndra. This is going to be more damage onto this mid-tier 1 with the Rift Herald dropped. We'll have to see if Titan Gaming want to try to make a play on the other side of the map. Gassiop is thinking about coming and saying hi to the Graves, but nothing comes of it.
Unfortunately, first Rift Herald was dropped past the 14-minute mark, so there can't be any plates picked up from it, but still any extra tower damage that you can get trying to get that first tower away from Edza, where if you leave him up here for a couple more waves solo, then he will absolutely get first tower up here in the top lane with the Hullbreaker Scion super early on. So you gotta get that first tower either in the mid or bot lane. Bot lane, not going super well for GSG right now, so absolutely keep putting this pressure in the mid lane, and that's where Gassiop's putting it.
Exactly, and now Drakus and Fritz, they're escorting this wave in again. This tower is relatively low. The hook hits a minion, nothing comes of it, and the waves will simply crash into each other once again. Right now, neither jungler is really posing too aggressively as the dragon is spawning here very soon, but Gassiop is making their way down to the bottom side of the map, and Edza is actually just sitting in a pixel brush and topside river.
He's chilling. He's waiting for a friend to come say hi. I mean, the last time he did that, Gassiop said hi.
Oh, here we go. Salt Shaker is caught in the... there we go. We see the Dawning Shadow come over, and Salt Shaker manages to survive for just a second longer, but it's not enough. Cassio managed to take down the Thresh. It's a 4v4, but that is support for jungler. Cassio with the double kill. That's 2 tanks down, but these are low health bars. Gassiop is still here. The ultimate is just about to run out, but Salt Shaker is down. Gassiop is alive. That might mean they have priority over this Drake.
Absolutely insane flash hook there from 376. It looked like an awful fight for GSG. Like, they had 3 members CC'd, and then just all of a sudden he was like, nope, flash hook, lands it on the Salt Shaker, the absolute best member to land it on before a dragon. Oh my gosh.
Epi Champion very, very nearly got the outright one-shot, and Drakus is trying to make the trade happen, but no, Pepsi of Time is here. That's 2 free kills, and the Oceans do bring life. It will be Ocean Soul on the Rift as Hextech Drake is secured for GSG Sigma.
It's just all bot side now going so in the favor of GSG, right? The bot side that was supposed to win early game lost early game and is now winning the mid game. When Fritz and Drakus, they're supposed to win the mid game, they won the early game, and now all of a sudden the double kill for Blitzcrank isn't paying out as much as they really wanted it to. 2-0 on Dragons for Shyvana. That is exactly what Gassiop wanted in this early game. That is why they picked this bot side comp draft, and it's been turning out super well for them. You have a 300 shutdown on your jungler, 150 on your mid laner. You only got 2 shutdowns of 150 for TG Obsidian. Maybe a kill? I don't, you know, they're kind of tanky
these are
tank,
2 tanks.
They're having a good time, you know.
It's a slap fight up here. But it looks like, looking out across the map, we've now seen a couple times where it's mainly down in the bot lane where bushes haven't been warded, and it has been to the detriment of these bottom laners down here. I mean, we see Pepsi of Time has just now hit the double-digit mark on the vision score, and Fritz is still rocking that 8 vision score. You know, honestly, I think I would really just like to see them putting down more wards and trying to get more vision. I know that's like the support's job, but sometimes you gotta pick up the slack.
Everyone is getting vision.
Exactly. Ooh, there we go. We see 1 turret goes down, but Drakus, he gets hooked in. He gets pulled through. The Blitzcrank ultimate comes out. So does the box. 376 gets 1 kill. Pepsi of Time is surely going to fall. Fritz manages to get the kill, but here comes Gaspiop. The dragon comes through, barfs up some fire, and takes out the Senna. But Graves on the crack back. It is currently jungler v jungler. Here we go. The Shyvana has the bigger health bar. Can Salt Shaker make it happen? He smites just for a little bit of extra damage. This is a Graves, has plenty of sustain, but Gassiop goes unstoppable. Kohler stuck between a rock and a hard place. This Syndra has already solo killed him multiple times. Is he going to be able to make it out of this one? Looks like he will. That is a disaster in the bottom lane for the side of Titan Gaming. Obsidian, it looks like it's only going to get worse. The gameplay button didn't make the gameplay happen, but Gassiop did.
Man, that was a triple kill for Gassiop. Just a little bit extended. There was an official double kill for Salt Shaker as well under the bot lane members of GSG, but it is just all between these 2 junglers right now. It is who is the first jungler to the fight, and then who is getting picked off first. And so far, it has been Salt Shaker. He's first to the fight. He gets 1 or 2 kills, but then some hook, some CC, something just lands onto him, and then he dies, and then the rest of the team, dies after Color. He's been doing pretty crazy damage. It's just unfortunate that he has also been missing at the start of every fight with the Cassiopeia ult. You have to be there to start the fight. You can't just always be there for cleanup if nothing else is actually happening when you are finally there to arrive. It is a 600 shutdown now on Gassiop. If that is picked up by Color or Fritz at this point in the game, it puts them back in the game and can almost get them a very solid lead over their opponent in their lane phase as well.
Indeed. Now we are starting to see second items come in. We see the collector come through for Salt Shaker. Gassiop has been sitting on 2 items for a minute here. We see the Seraph's Embrace come through for Kohler as well. These two item power spikes are coming through, and it briefly looked like Salt Shaker was trying to get the second Rift Herald, and it just didn't happen. Oh no, we just talked about this. The TP's coming through. Epi Champion doesn't need the help. The gameplay button is going to be here soon, but so is the rest of the team. Epi Champion is actually going to take down Kohler, gets the 1-for-1 in the 3v1.
I mean, okay, I thought for sure Epi Champion would be able to live there, but no, it was just the burn from the Andres was a little bit too much for the poor Syndra. It almost looked like Epi Champion was trying to give the kill over to Lolly. Like, he TP'd in, and then Epi Champion was like, oh, you TP'd in, I'll give you the kill now. And then he still took the kill, and he still died. So I don't understand. He absolutely could have lived right there, but Hullbreaker, Sion, Edza up here on the top side was finally able to take that outer tower on his own, looking to secure this inner turret next up for him. All the outer turrets actually have been taken away from GSG. They still have yet to take one for themselves, despite such a massive dragon lead they've had in this early game.
Yeah, exactly. And we're starting to see they are already posturing around the Dragon Pit. There are so many red wards down here. It is going to take an army to clear these out, and that is exactly what Titan Gaming Obsidian have brought down here. The Ocean Drake is here. It has spawned. Both of the top laners are still there, but Edza can get here first, but that doesn't matter if the rest of the team dies. Gassiop goes in with the ultimate. The Dawning Shadow over the top keeps everybody nice and topped up. Gassiop is going to have to get out of there. That bar is slowly ticking down. The Scion has TP'd in, has joined the rest of the team, but Malphite is going to be on a flank here. Titan Gaming, they need to be careful. Gassiop, the ultimate is ticking, and it is gone. That Shyvana has lost much of her team fight power. Malphite is still there, still has the ultimate. Titan Gaming, they need to be careful. The only hope is that they still have buttons to press, but Lolly comes in on the backside, and the Syndra is there as well. A lot of damage is coming through. Sion gets a shutdown. That's 2 kills. These health bars went low, but not low enough. The Thresh Box to try to save some time, but 376 falls as well. Edza with some phenomenal stuns. Cassiopeia with a double kill. Pepsi of Time can only run away. This is the first of the Ocean Dragons going over to Titan Gaming Obsidian.
That is a 4-for-0 for TG Obsidian as well. One more kill on the Pepsi would have been a 5-0 clean perfect ace at just 22 minutes for them. They could almost look to take the Baron after that one as well, which someone walking into the top side absolutely looks like they can here. As you can see the goal graph at the bottom of your screen here, but that was an absolutely perfect team fight for GSG. They landed all of their CC onto the correct members, and then nobody was there for the follow-up. Epi Champion and Pepsi were just completely not allowed to enter the river at all. So once the CC did connect, it was just nobody was there to damage them. And then once they lost those CC abilities, everyone immediately fell after, which is how TG Obsidian were able to clean it up so quickly and so fast. It was all just based on where those CC cooldowns were and how quickly they fell with nothing actually able to follow.
Exactly. And I think a big part of that, we saw Sion was able to join the team a lot faster, and it kept Lolly from being able to join until much later. That said, Lolly felt pretty impactful. And, you know, at least for the Baron and the Dragon and 4 kills, they get the mid tower. Finally, it falls.
Yay! GSG gets the first tower. Let's go after getting almost ace. Yep, that's perfect. And then, of course, TG Obsidian do get to wear the 5-man Baron as well here for the next couple of minutes. They won't have those stats for any team fights, in theory, assuming that there's not a team fight between now and the next Dragon in 3.5 minutes. So if there is, then they will get them, but most likely they do just have to play it through macro on these side lanes.
But one thing I do want to think about is there is currently a almost 5,000 gold. It looks like it is right at 5,000. Objective bounties, I think, are surely going to be starting soon. I think the only thing keeping them away is the fact that GSG had dragon stacking. So We'll have to see if that can play any impact, but Edza is just up. Lolly, I think, is doing no damage to Edza. Like, I think actually no damage is coming through. This is a half-health Malphite that's been wailing on Edza the entire time, and the Scion just doesn't care.
No, I think at this point, this is a Scion that could sit underneath both the Nexus turrets and like for 5 or 6 seconds and still be at half of his HP even. So it's like he's really just chilling up here at the top side. Nobody go to the top side. Not even Malphite can match him at this point. He's taken that inner turret on his own. He's looking to start closing in on the inhibitor turret as well. It's a very clean 1-3-1 so far from the TG Obsidian, and this is exactly the type of macro that you like to see with the Baron buff.
Exactly. We're seeing a 1-2-2 split. That is all outer turrets removed. It is only the inhibitor turrets remaining, as well as the Nexus turrets. And it looks like the Scion's going to be getting the top one as well. I mean, the good news is the Lucian, the Syndra, like, they have pretty good wave clear. It's just depending on, are they eventually going to try to answer this Scion, because that is now a second turret in a row that he's gotten in the face of this Malphite.
Pepsi? I don't think you're going to be able to do a whole lot of damage to Scion either, my friend. You're going to have to build LDR or some other type of armor pen if you want to even touch the Scion, let alone actually do real damage to him, as top lane inhibitor is the first inhibitor exposed now for GSG. Baron runs out in just 10 seconds, so this is the conclusion of the Baron split that they had, but that was 4 towers taken and 1 inhibitor tower on top of that taken for him.
Ooh, a phenomenal miasma here into the ultimate. Kohler forces the flash out of 3-7-6.
Oh, no.
And now it looks like it is just time for TGO to back up, go back to base, spend their money, come back out onto the map, and continue pressuring. The next dragon is going to be an interesting team fight for sure. I think we are going to see another scrap around there.
Man, that was just unfortunate for 3-7-6, right? He just walked a little bit too close to Color, and knowing that he was about to die and knowing, or not knowing where exactly Color was, he was forced to flash away, which, I mean, us on the God view of spectator mode, we can see that he most likely wasn't actually going to die to Color, but in the moment, when you are 3-7-6 in that scenario right there, you are panicked so hard. You're looking at the timer, 40 seconds to the next dragon, you need to not die, so flashing away is the best case scenario for you, but yeah, unfortunately, not having flash, and again, not having hex flash 40 seconds before your solo point does put you at quite the disadvantage.
And I mean, we already see, speaking of, you know, potentially maybe trying to fight for soul point, the dragon is spawning in a minute before TGO were down here. They've been down here for now 25, 30 seconds, and they're still just here. And now we are seeing the Scion teleport to the top lane turret. It won't fall before the TP is done, but this is going to be a lot of damage coming through. The Dawning Shadow over the top.
Literally 0 damage.
And Edza does just have to run away. A little bit of a waste of a TP. The tower falls anyways, but Graves gets to solo the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, GSG, they know that in no world at 5 or 6,000 gold. Oh, Edza?
Hold on, Edza came back in with the ultimate. The flash has been invested. This is finally a lot of damage. It took a while, but the Scion passive will proc, and they're just going to spend some time killing it, although Gasyop is getting very low here. The rest of the team, meanwhile, is taking care of the base. They're going to have to recall. It's going to take a little bit of a time. This is 2 inhibitors gone for just a Scion.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say worth. You got a 300 shutdown on the Gasia, but it's really not worth if you lost 2 inhibitors for that one as well. And on top of that, mid and top inhibitor, next objective is Baron in 40 seconds. Those inhibitors are absolutely not going to be up in 40 seconds, so now you have to worry about super minions coming in both of those side lanes, and I mean, already you are still down 7,000 gold for GSG Sigma. On top of that, you have minions just constantly pushing into your wave. It is almost just constantly a loss of, do we have to protect the base? Do we have to try to face check our jungle? You have 1 ward in the top side jungle right now, that's in the Tri-Brush.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not going to ward the lane. You're relying on your minions for that. And just to note, you know, Lolly does have the Thorn Mail, so can kind of limit some of the Senna healing. But the Scion, I also just I wanted to take a moment to say that when Scion backed after the Baron buff, they bought just a whole Titanic Hydra, just straight up. And so these advantages are continuing
Ooh.
to press for the side of TGO. We see some damage coming through. Gasyop thinks about maybe using the ultimate, but everybody disengages. But Pepsi of Time did have to invest the flash.
Yeah, Pepsi did unfortunately have to flash away, and almost getting hit by the Senna W there on top of that as well could have spelled very much disaster. The Baron is being started up once again. Ed's split pushing on the bot side with that Hull Breaker. Does not have TP to join this fight, but most likely won't need to.
Ooh, unattempted steal comes through, and it does come through. Indeed, it does come at the cost of Gasyop's life, but a phenomenal play from the Shyvana that might have just saved the game here. That improves the wave clear for the Malphite, but Kohler does go on a rampage.
Man, giving another kill. Oh,
Kohler going in, a huge exhaust might just be what saved them going into the Thresh box. This is an aggressive push from TGO into the Baron buff. Sion going in, actually going forward this time with the ultimate. They're thinking about pushing the Nexus towers.
yeah, and I mean, 5v4, you have the advantage lead for the next couple of seconds here. Baron up on only 4 members. You do not have that on gas yet, but you have to be able to clear these waves up until he is able to respawn. And without Baron buff and without having a wave in the mid lane right now, it doesn't look like TG Obsidian will be able to end off of this push. Gassia now back up. Now his very amazing steal is still very worth. The 700 shutdown did go to Color though. That is a little terrifying. 11 Magi stacks on top of that one as well. So, you know, if you did suicide for a Baron with the 700 shutdown on your head, I would most likely not like to give that to Color, but wasn't really in Gasyop's choice.
Yeah, I mean, it saved the game for now. We'll have to see if they can continue to keep this game alive, as the Goldie, it hasn't really ballooned that much out of proportion, although that might just be a little bit of Baron buff trickery going on. Objective bounties have fallen for the time being. There are currently 4 items on the Cassiopeia as a carry. There are still only 3 items on the Scion. And then for the side of GSG, 3 items for the Syndra. Is starting to get stronger and stronger, and Lolly has finished the Force of Nature as their 3rd item.
Yes, next dragon here in just 60 seconds. We are even on dragons like you were saying, so it is all on this sole point right here. They will have Baron minions for the spawn of the dragon, but they will not have it for the fight because it goes away like 5 seconds after the dragon spawns. Like, if you engage on a team fight before it spawns, then you will get those extra bonus stats, but most likely we're still going to be fighting on even ground in terms of no Baron versus no Baron, but it is still a 5,000 gold lead for TG Obsidian.
Indeed it is. One thing to note though, Pepsi of Time has finished the Infinity Edge, Kraken Slayer, Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver. This Lucian is starting to get more and more powerful. That said, it's still going to be hard to get through a Sunfire, Cape, Hull Breaker, Titanic Hydra, Scion, but the Scion really shouldn't be. That's the interesting thing here. Scion is grouping. Obviously, we're later in the game for the team fights and the dragons, but there is no Hull Breaker passive on this Scion.
No, not for this team fight right here. I mean, team
Actually,
fight, not really
not
a
even gonna
team
be a
fight.
team fight.
It's a dragon, not a team fight for TG Obsidian. The Baron did just take off of GSG as well here, so 3-2 now. 3 dragons in a row even for TG Obsidian. The dragon stacking has completely been stopped, smothered, just not happening at all anymore for GSG. They have to get the next 1 or even 2 to have a potential at a soul win condition, but for right now, you gotta try and find a pick for a team fight before that happens.
It looks like that first team fight might happen here on the bottom side of the map. These health bars are getting rather large. The Scion has 1, 2, 3, almost 5,000 health at this point. The culling comes through, but it's pretty much just to clear the wave. Another one's going to be here relatively soon, though. That said, top lane is pushing for GSG Sigma. Mid lane is at equilibrium. The only lane that's really pushing in is that bottom side, and so that is where they are grouped for the time being, although it looks like TGO have sent Kohler up to the top side to start getting that lane moving.
GSG has done a really quite phenomenal job of keeping all of these waves completely off of their Nexus towers so far, right? Like, they had 2 inhibitors taken. I'm gonna hold that.
Hold on, we are indeed getting a fight. Lolly, I thought he was going to be caught out for just a moment, but it looks like Drakus is actually the one that's going to be taken down here. Blitzcrank is trying to schmoove it and groove it, but the Epi champion managed to get the kill, and now Gasyop with that fully stacked bar is trying to go in on Salt Shaker. This is a Graves. Collateral damage and flash have both been used. The shield coming through, but the inhibitor on the top side, as you said, is going down. The Dawning Shadow from the long range keeps the Graves alive. Inhibitor will fall once more. It's a 3v2 up here for the time being. Kohler is getting aggressive, but 376 is getting even more aggressive. We're seeing a lot of damage come through from the Casio, but it doesn't matter in the face of 4. Ticking, ticking, ticking down. An Epi champion does still fall.
Edzo would be perfectly fine down there on the bot side, but yeah, absolutely huge play from both sides. If they got that kill on the Salt Shaker before, it would have been even more in the benefit for GSG. And by the way, 376 absolutely smurf flash play right there. If he did not flash play, I think they lose the game off of the double kill for Color. That would have been absolutely huge if both of them died. Even if 376 died as well, like if he gave his life for that flash play, it still would have been so worth it. Keeps them in the game even longer. And like I was saying before, the whole mess of a team fight that was, they have been able to keep these towers, or the Nexus towers, alive for so long, despite literally everything that has tried to take them down. 35 minutes of this game, they're still both standing.
Indeed. And I mean, so is this bottom tier 3. Sion has not been able to get this wave all the way pushed in. The Malphite wave clear has finally started to come through and be effective enough, despite how high Eds' HP bar is. He can't quite deal with the Malphite under the turret for that long anymore. Now it looks like we are posturing around the Baron. 376 does have the lantern over in the pit. The hook just splits the uprights, and he starts trying to get on out of there. Meanwhile, Edza and Lolly, once again, they are just here under the turret. Edza starts taking these tower shots. They will start heating up soon to pose a problem. Lolly has to run away, and this turret, I think it's finally time for it to go down. It's at half. It's a little under a third. I mean, Edza could have just kept hitting it there, I think. Nobody was recalling.
Yeah, Lolly does have TP. Edza gets it here in, I believe, 2 minutes. Baron is being threatened by GSG right now. It is kind of a do or die situation on this Baron. Lolly, as much as he does have TP, if he TPs right now away from Edza, Edza will absolutely just go and end the game on his own. As you can see right here, like, he is full.
Oh, and it doesn't even matter. Graves takes down the Lucian. That's the first kill coming through. The Dawning Shadow keeps the team healthy along with these Ocean Dragons stacked up. Salt Shaker gets a triple kill. It is Epi Champion and Lolly only left to survive, and Epi Champion does not have it. Still has the ult, can maybe get some damage done, but no, it doesn't matter. It's only a Malphite, and Sion is smacking the base. This is going to be game number 1 going over to TGO.
Another clean 4-0 fight in the favor of TG Obsidian. Lolly, he really just had to keep Edza down in the bot lane. That is what he was able to do. Unfortunately, the rest of his team were not quite able to get any kills in that team fight there. It was a lose-lose situation that GSG were in. TG Obsidian, though, played that game so well, just with the Barons that they were able to take. The macro past the 15-minute mark was just really quite almost perfect from TG Obsidian.
Yeah, and we saw them also just sitting around the dragon pit literally for a full minute before the dragon was even just ready to spawn. And I mean, it paid off. It scared off the enemy team. And Sigma, with that essentially whole minute of having a map to themselves, weren't able to do anything with it because of how far they were pushed back to their base.
It really was an early game lead for GSG, and then it just, unfortunately, the team fights just never really were able to pan out. They were able to land the CC, and then without follow-up damage, everything was wasted. They weren't able to get any return kills, really at all, just any return in the team fight. So when you lose a team fight that hard without anything in return, it just hurts so much worse.
Exactly. And Kohler, another 10 kills on this Cassiopeia. I'm going to be honest, I fully expect that to get banned in the next game. He a bit of a monster on the Snake Lady pit.
Yeah, a little bit. Color, maybe maybe didn't have the greatest laning phase in the world, but then the Cassiopeia ult and the Cassiopeia cleanups that he was able to get in those team fights, that is what was able to eventually, I can't say win the lane, but maybe win the matchup against Epi Champion. Just in the later phases of the game, he was absolutely just able to deal way more damage than Epi Champion could even hope to do in a team fight. Like, he could press star on someone. He had some excellent stunts on the Syndra. It was just, there's only so much you can do when you are the sole AP damage being a Syndra.
Exactly. And, best efforts, of course, by both teams for this first game, but we are not anywhere close to done.
Best of
This is
five.
a best of 5 series. We get at least 2 more games of this. Am I hoping it goes the full, all the way? I don't know. Maybe I like to get to bed early, but no matter what, we do got at least 2 more games of action, and we will be right back with game number 2 here in a moment.
I'm running away from the past I left behind. Looking for answers, but I'm blinded by the light. I'm lost in the music, can I stay here for the night? I promise I'll be gone in the morning, out of sight and out of mind.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to game number 2 between Titan Gaming, Obsidian, and GSG Sigma. I am Thunder, that's Camcom. Game number 1, TG Obsidian won in pretty convincing fashion, but this is a best of 5. There is more League of Legends yet to play. Camcom, what are we looking for Sigma to take this game number 2?
Well, Thunder, I would love for them to build a comp with some sort of damage that is able to kill tanks. Last comp, they had a great burst comp, but they didn't really have any DPS that was able to just shred the armor of a Scion. So, Edza, he kind of got to roam around the map and do whatever the heck he wanted without any threat of anyone dealing damage. Even at the end, their towers weren't able to deal any damage to him. So, some sort of DPS that is able to shred armor from GSG would really be quite great, and then something more than a soul AP. The champion is escaping me.
Syndra.
If you're going to have a soul AP damage threat in the mid lane from all 5 members, it can't be a Syndra. It just simply can't. She is a burst mage. She can't be doing DPS like a Cassiopeia was. Cassiopeia as a soul AP damage threat from TG Obsidian is perfectly fine. She has more than enough damage to deal it on her own. Just Syndra, she's there as a follow-up. She's there as utility. She's not there as the only AP.
Exactly, and we saw, how well Color performed on that Cassiopeia last match, and so we'll have to see if they can do it again. So far, the bans are exactly the same. A little bit of a shift of the order, the Twitch ban before the Kindred for Sigma this time, but that doesn't really matter. We'll have to see where they want to go. They picked Thresh first pick last time, but they were on the red side. They picked up the Thresh solution. We'll have to see what they want to go for here. I'm not sensing the salty run back, but oh, hold on, we actually get Veigar for the Epi champion in the mid lane. Now, Veigar, is that something that maybe could be AP?
Maybe. I think Veigar isn't really a champion that is known for building magic pen. So, I mean, he still can be still AP, but typically when you build or when you have a Veigar, you do also build some follow-up CCs that will most likely be some other type of AP champion. Victor locked in, though, for color. His performance on the Cassiopeia last game makes me very excited to see how well he will be able to pilot the Victor.
Indeed, and you know, Kohler actually has a lot of experience on the Victor, but that is a Kayn lock in for the Salt Shaker. I believe, if my numbers were correct, Kayn is their second most played behind Kindred in solo queue. So, I mean, this is a carry jungler if I've seen one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kayn is one of the few champions that is able to shut down Veigar through his wall. He can ult through the Veigar cage. So, you know, that just kind of negates a little bit more out of Veigar. Really nice counter pick there for him on R2. Sylas locked in. I'm going to assume that it is a top lane Sylas. So not his greatest lane, but still I would say is a very strong lane bully. It's, again, not really typically blind picked, so I'm excited to see Sylas. I'm just not sure how they're going to be able to counter pick here for TG. Yeah,
I'm interested. Sigma have now given counter pick over to both solo lanes, but that is a Master Yi. What's the master? Do you have any context for what the Master Yi Kayn matchup is going to look like? Because I don't, quite frankly. I have no clue.
Okay, I have seen a Master Yi in competitive play one single time in my 2 years of casting experience. It was picked by my own team that I was playing on in our semifinals game 3 when we were down 0-2 by my jungler on R5. And he ran it so hard.
Oh no!
And ever since then, I have absolutely hated the champion just because it lost us the semifinals. And it just, it gives me flashbacks to that series. I don't like thinking about that series. I don't like thinking about that tournament. We were supposed to win the semifinals and just, it was not the night for it, you know.
Oof. That is what I can say to that. I am very sorry, but it has been picked here. It has been picked here. Gassiop, I will say, in solo queue, I've seen Master Yi carry some games in my low elo scrapping, but this is plat. I don't know if that qualifies as low enough elo for Master Yi to be good. We'll have to see. Blitzcrank, though, picked up for Obsidian once again. Drakus last time performed really, really well on that fundamental in getting the first blood onto the Cassiopeia in the mid lane. The bans otherwise, that is a Darius and an Alistar ban for Obsidian, and there we do see the Scion banned away by Sigma, as well as the Tryndamere. They don't want to be dealing with that split pushing anymore.
Well, I'm also thinking back to it now. Master Yi, very different play style to a Shyvana. Like, there's just not really any overlap between the two champions. Seraphine being picked here makes me a little confused. I guess it has to be a Seraphine AD carry here. So it's a double AP bot plus AP mid lane. So they have to have some sort of big AD top side here on R5 for TG Obsidian. The Scion is banned away. The Shen is also banned away. So next step on the table would typically be something like an Ornn or a Malphite, but with the Sylas being locked in on R2 or B2 even, they can't pick Malphite, so you kind of forced to pick Ornn, which also is very favorable matchup for Sylas. So somehow the B2 Sylas has actually countered all of the good top laners for TG Obsidian.
That is a little wild, and especially considering that Obsidian technically had counterpick for both of their solo laners.
Yup, they did.
So we'll have to see. But that said, I was just complaining that we might not get any set gameplay, but we are. Wait, okay, I figured it out. Veigar ADC, Silas mid, set top.
Okay, GSG, they lost game 1. They said, okay, complete redo. We're going to go higher LS. Like, we're turning into Cloud9 right here. Like, we have lost miserably, okay? Which, by the way, they didn't lose miserably in game 1. But I'm saying this from their perspective, right? We have lost absolutely miserably in game 1. We need a complete redo of absolutely everything that happened in draft. And this is, like, quite possibly the most different draft from a game 1 to game 2 on a team that I have ever seen. There's just so little similarity, which makes me think all 5 players, they are either very good at flexing their play styles, or this is going to be maybe more comfort for them. It's going to be different for sure is going to be my point here. And then you have the R5 Graves here once again for TG Obsidian.
Indeed we do, although I think this time this is going to be a Graves top, I imagine, into that set. And to be fair, to your point of comfort for Sigma, Pepsi of Time has a lot of games on Veigar, actually has quite a bit of experience on it. I imagine Gassiop, every low-ranking jungler has played a billion years of Master Yi. And so I am sure that Gassiop, throughout his time as a jungler in League of Legends, probably played some Master Yi. I'd call that comfort. I'm going to be honest. I play Set. I play Set because he's super easy to play. Lolly should have a phenomenal time in the top lane because Set, all you do is punch people and it works out great. That said, on the other side, Seraphine, second most played for Fritz in solo queue. Kane, second most played for Salt Shaker in solo queue. Kohler has a lot of experience on Victor. I can't say anything about Edza, but it seems like there's a lot of comfort on both sides of the aisle here.
Okay, so then let's ignore names, ignore champions. TG Obsidian, if they didn't win, it's still totally game 1 here tonight. Predictions. I'm quite confused by GSG's comp. I'm gonna go with that, but I actually do kind of like their comp better. By some miracle, by some standard, I think the Veigar and Silas are actually going to be able to fix the lack of damage that they had in a game 1. You still have a very tanky Nautilus and Set and Master Yi. He'll scale up. Veigar will also scale up. 25 minutes when you have 2.5 items on both these champions. They're going to be doing pretty crazy damage. You just have to be able to get to that point. So early game might be a weak point for them, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here with the Master Yi, my least favorite champion in the game, saying that they're gonna tie the series 1-1 here.
You know what, Camcom? I think I have to agree with you because my favorite champion in the game is Set, and Lolly is picking it. So like, I can't root against Set, but it's also like he brings so much team fight, and with the Seraphine, with the Victor, I mean, even the Kane to some extent can be squishy enough for a Set. You know, there's no more mathematically correct Set because they nerfed the just ever loving hell out of the bruiser items. But those Set W's can still just do a ton of damage, and so I'm excited to watch the team fights. But I gotta go with my boy, you know.
Yeah, you gotta go with your favorite champion, man. Like if they picked a Bard, I would always vote for the Bard. If they picked a Lulu, I would always vote for the Lulu. If they picked a Nunu, I would probably also always vote for the Nunu. But none of those champions are picked really often at all. Maybe the most out of the 3 would be Lulu. So I got one Lulu in my best 5 on Diamond last night. I was very happy. The Lulu did end up winning as well. So, you know, that's just, maybe we'll get some Lulus later. But Seraphine's an enchanter. We don't get to see a whole lot of enchanters, but it is 80 carries, so not as fun.
And I do want to ask you about kind of this bot lane matchup before we go on to our brief break. It's Seraphine Blitzcrank versus Veigar Nautilus, 2 hook champions. We see those in the bottom lane fairly consistently, but like the Seraphine Veigar matchup, like that's a mid lane matchup. How do you think that's going to play out in the bottom lane when they have these supports here with them and probably pretty good attention from their junglers?
Yeah, so it's going to be the complete opposite story of bot lane from last game. Literally nothing is going to happen in this lane for 20 minutes, like even less than the nothing that happened in the first 20 minutes for last game, because it's a Veigar Seraphine. Mage versus mage. If there's 1 mage in the lane, nothing happens, and there's 2, then double nothing happens. So
less than nothing.
Yes, the Blitzcrank and the Nautilus here, they can roam around. They can absolutely get kills with their junglers, and probably their mid laners will be a very aggressive matchup with a melee versus ranged, right? But Yeah, very long range, like extremely long range poke from Vigar and Seraphine doesn't really bode well with all ends of Nautilus and Blitzcrank, so probably not a whole lot, even if they do land hooks happen in the bot lane, but absolutely, they could follow the junglers around, they could go mid lane, they could go top lane, that is where the rest of the action that will be lacking bot lane will be happening.
Well, that sounds good to me. We'll have action all across the map. I'm going to be happy about it. I mean, surely we're going to see some scraps, but that will happen in just a couple of minutes for game number 2 between GSG Sigma and Titan Gaming Obsidian.
My lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, ha, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, popping off and risking things. Gonna make a fucking name, I just wanna be famous. But I don't want that cheap fame, no, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent. And it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots. If I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself, in my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste, bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate, bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate, bitch, you can fucking fight me. Ain't no motherfucker in this world could do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself.
and welcome back. We are into game number 2 of the wild card round between GSG Sigma and Titan Gaming Obsidian. Last time we saw an absolutely aggressive level 1, but this time it's just a 5-point fan out. Everybody checking in and saying hello. Just a brief reminder of the stakes for this one. Whoever wins will be going up against the top seed out of, I believe, the Hex Tech group, Lancers Esports. Titans, they are up 1 game in this best of 5 so far.
So close. It's the Infernal, but you got the spirit.
Okay, I took a 50-50. I'm new around here, all right? I lost a 50-50. It is what it is.
It's okay. It's okay. We've got some 50-50 matchups here as well. Blitzcrank, actually, I didn't get to talk a whole lot about it last game, but he is kind of one of those 50-50 champions in the bot lane, right? Where you either don't land a single hook the whole game and you're the most useless champ in the game, or you land every single hook and you are the most useful champion in the game. That's kind of like the flip up, right? Where it's really not anything in between the two. Like maybe 1, maybe 2 useful hooks past the 30-minute mark can win a game, and if you don't, then you just simply don't. That's the beauty of the champion.
If you don't, then you don't. I mean, sounds about right. Yep. And yeah, it's a hook v hook matchup in the bottoms, exactly as you're saying. And Nautilus definitely, I think, has more of that late game impact. It feels like there's a lot of proper team fighting on Sigma again with the Set and the Nautilus, and we already see Lolly going into that face breaker just off the bat to get some harassment down level 1 onto Edza.
Some interesting summoner spell choices here across the map. We've got triple ignite for GSG Sigma, Gassy Up, Epi Champion, and 376, all opting for their ignites. 2 teleports still though between Lolly and Pepsi. Meanwhile, for TG Obsidian, you do have that cleanse picked up for Fritz, and everything else mostly standard for everyone else. It is very rare to see triple ignite in a competitive setting, so that is quite impressive. They're really playing for this early game with that kind of thing.
They are indeed, and 376 in this early game has already been chunked out, forced to flash. No Hextech on this Nautilus, and Lolly is already getting harassed. Set quite good in a 1v1, but once you add in that second player, things get rough. Graves with the range advantage is already pushing the wave in after Salt Shaker made a brief checkup in the top lane. Only cleared that topside jungle though.
Yeah, it does look like Edza can look for a cheater recall off of that push help with Salt Shaker as well. Most likely was the reason that Salt Shaker showed his face up in the top side. Of course, soaking some XP is useful as well. First, Scuttles will be spawning here in just a couple of seconds. Lots of training going on in this mid lane right now. Epi Champion, if he got color just a little bit lower, could have had that ignite potential kill. Ooh.
We are seeing damage coming out all across the map. The W expended from the Set. We saw the baby cage expended from the Veigar in the bottom lane, and it looks like right now there are at least 2 pushing lanes going in the favor of Titan Gaming, but it doesn't matter because in the mid lane, that is an all-in from the Silas. A dead Victor comes through. It's 376, just spider monkeys all over the place. The hooks are flying everywhere.
Man, he did it once, I was like, all right, that's lucky. He did it a second time, all right. No, this guy really knows his matchups. He knows what he's doing down here on the Nautilus support against a Blitzcrank. Absolutely, he did have the counter pick. It was a B4 Nautilus to the R3 Blitzcrank, so he knew fully well going into this that he was going to be able to buffer those hooks like that. First blood picked up by Epi Champion. He is so well known for getting solo kills, but not as well known for getting first blood, so it is quite impressive he was able to do both of those in this game 1 here with that ignite.
Indeed, Lolly wanting to go in. There comes the face breaker into the haymaker, but Edza is still plenty alive. Lolly is using that W cooldown pretty early. It's quite a long cooldown, and unless you build up a lot of grid, it doesn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really doesn't, right? So you do kind of have to spend a little bit more time here. Edza did not take that cheater recall, actually. He was playing towards the top side scuttle, where unfortunately Salt Shaker was playing bot side, so Edza, he kind of just wasted a little time there. He could have had a recall. He could have been sitting at more HP and mana, but instead he shoved under his tower, could potentially look to freeze. Freeze not the easiest champion in the world to freeze on though, so we'll most likely, yep, be slow pushing.
Indeed. And so far, farming is relatively even across the board, even in the Set v Graves matchup. That said, Silas with a minor gold advantage over the victor in the mid lane. No huge item leads at the moment, but the Epi champion wants to go back in. The gravity well just in time to barely save Kohler from the all-in.
And again, if Epi Champion had Ignite available right there, he could have gotten a second solo kill onto Color. That is exactly what Epi Champion is known to do. Level 6 popped first for the Silas on top of that as well. And just Color, he had a very small level 6 lead, so Color did pop it on like the very next minion. So it's good that Epi Champion didn't instantly go in, but Salt Shaker will.
Oh, this is a 2v1, and the face breaker comes in huge with the double stun. Gasyop is here, and that's the grit buildup we're talking about. Into the showstopper, a double kill for Lolly up on the top side of the map.
Man, Gasyop, he walked up there and he was like, all right, I'm gonna counter gank this. I'm gonna be helpful. And like, he wasn't even needed. Epi Champion going back in the mid lane there, stealing away that Chaos Storm. But with the flash, is gonna be able to secure that solo kill and just about live. But yeah, speaking of the top side, you got a double kill for Lolly. You got what I would call an extended double kill for Epi Champion. Just, 2 solo kills casually in a row right there for the Silas. As absolutely huge plays coming out from both of the solo laners of GSG.
Oh, that was so good. Epi Champion was on such low HP, steals the Chaos Storm, goes back in at just like 5 or 10 HP, heals up with the Kingslayer, and uses Kohler's own ultimate against him. You love to see it. You love to see it. But checking in, flash is used for pretty much everybody on the top side of the map. No flash is used for anybody on the bottom side so far. Fritz hasn't even had to invest a cleanse yet.
Yo, Thunder, this is exactly what a double nothing bot lane looks like, in case you're wondering. Exactly equal CS across the board. The only lead that anyone has is the slight tier that Fritz is stacking, and even then it's like, not really gonna matter. Yeah, gold, like, it is just perfectly even. This is a double nothing to happen bot lane, and it is the opposite of a double nothing in these solo lanes right now.
Exactly. Epi Champion taking so much damage. All those cooldowns were used in the earlier exchange. Salt Shaker tried to take advantage of it, but it wasn't quite able to happen.
Really nice gank there by Salt Shaker. But yeah, just knowing that Epi Champion doesn't have any summoner spells.
This is a dead Graves. Just tell you right now. Yep, that right hook, man. It does some damage.
Color could also be dead.
Maybe, but Salt Shaker is here. Gasyop is going for it, and the Master Yi does manage to get one kill coming through. Is quite weak, though. This is a Blitzcrank, no minions to block, and the Master Yi falls. Salt Shaker with the first kill of the game for Titan Gaming Obsidian. 376 is still here, doesn't have ultimate yet, but goes in for the hook, and Epi Champion flies on in with the chains. That is a 3-0-0 Silas and a 3-0-0 set that is stacking up these turret plates here in the top lane.
6-0 between the two solo lane champions for GSG Sigma. The only kill that is up between the two of them is for Gasyop, that he was able to get there in the mid lane off of that death as well. Excellent flash hook by Drakus, able to secure the only kills so far the TT Obsidian has been able to find in this early game here. Edza, again, just taken so low with his ultimate there. He's able to equalize the damage out a little bit, but it's set. It's still very hard to kill him.
Yeah, but he is on the chase. There is pretty much no grit buildup. Once the set cooldowns come back, though, he's going to be in some pretty dangerous territory. Fortunately, Set has absolutely zero sustain in the kit and is going to have to take a back here. Looks like Master Yi is making it up to the top side of the map, though, is thinking about helping Set out up here, but both junglers are there. It looks like, Gasyop going in for a little bit of damage on the Graves, but it doesn't quite matter. Kane is here as well. It's currently a 2v2 that is low on the health bar. Nobody fights. It looks like Titan Gaming might just try and settle for the Rift, Herald, or an invade onto Gasyop. That being said, there's action in the mid lane. Drakios gets knocked up, but here comes the 2v1. Gasyop trying to make it happen. The Ignite comes through, manages to get one kill. Trades 1-for-1. Set now going down to try to scrap with the Kane. Take Set in that fight any day of the week, but that's a lot of action across the map.
Yeah, meanwhile, down here in the bot lane, Pepsi, he is sitting at like 1 HP. I
didn't
don't
even
know
realize
what happened. I see Drakus missing both of the summoner spells and Pepsi missing Flash. So I'm assuming that it was just Flash Hook landed with the Ignite on a Pepsi, and then he flashed away and managed to live. But yeah, you do have 100% of TG's kills now sitting on Salt Shaker with that invade. So going 1-for-1 when you are this far down is better than going 0-for-1, right? So Salt Shaker, if he is trading these lives or his life for these kills, then still I would call them 100% worth. It would be even more worth if they can start trading these kills for objectives on top of that.
Epi Champion going in again. I feel like we've already seen this, but Salt Shaker is here this time. The Kingslayer comes through, and it finally gets the damage with the last auto attack, and now Salt Shaker. Oh no, he didn't expect to be here. Epi Champion. That's a heal that comes through from Salt Shaker. He's going to be able to get out. He goes over the wall one more time, running between the turrets, and that was almost a 2v1 double kill for this Silas.
Man, Epi Champion, you let him get too many solo kills. Now he has a Dark Seal stacking on top of that as well. And while Salt Shaker was being caught out in his chicken pit, the dragon was taken by the bot lane of GSG Sigma as well. So Pepsi, he did have time to recall. And poor Ed, he's just dead. Both of these solo lanes, man, they're honestly just having like a kill, like a mini 1v1 between Lolly and Epi Champion. When one of them gets a kill, the other one immediately also gets a solo kill. It's just a competition between them of who can get more kills at this point.
Indeed, and I want to note, Edza already has the Eclipse. I don't know if that was not purchased before, or that was purchased before. Indeed, Lolly building into the Hullbreaker doesn't even have it yet, and is still getting these solo kills, and is about to get nearly a full turret into his pocket. I am very interested to see what this buy is going to be when he backs 376 and Kohler. They meet each other in the top side river. 376, I'm not sure he wants to take this 1v1. Lolly is here. It is a set, but cooldowns have started to be invested. He has built up a lot of grit, goes for the W, but doesn't get the kill. The execute comes through from the Kane. Pepsi also dies on the bottom side of the map. Lots of people are dying for the side of Sigma. 376 is going to fall as well. The only one left alive is the Epi Champion. A trade comes through onto the Nautilus, but what the hell was that?
That was a 4-for-1 in the favor of TG Obsidian right there, Thunder. I'll tell you what that was. The only champion that lived was Epi Champion, and that was because he just simply wasn't in any of the fights across the map. It was a numbers advantage on the top side and the bot side for TG Obsidian, so just even with them being so far down in gold, with that Epi Champion being there, a large portion of the gold lead that GSG has is just literally just not on the map. He is a walking gold lead, so if he's not there, then there goes your gold lead. Lolly being caught out first as well as his other 50% of the gold lead, right? So you have to now play through Epi Champion. You have to have him at the team fight, and preferably both him and Lolly, because like I said, they're sharing this gold lead right now, 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're 376 there, you're just praying that nobody pings you or flames you after that one, because, I mean, 1v1ing a Victor in the topside river, you know, we just don't talk about those things. Turret plating will fall very, very soon. Lolly has almost taken this entire top turret entirely to himself. Nobody has grabbed Rift Herald at all this entire game. The Mountain, the first Drake, has gone over to the side of GSG Sigma. Currently, there is only about a 1.5k gold lead, but the Epi Champion is going back in again. These Gravity Wells into the Chaos Storms. I'm going to be honest, they're not doing a whole lot from Kohler, but Epi Champion doesn't want to continue the all-in this time around.
I think also a large part of that team fight up on the top side as well did go very poorly for GSG because Lolly was sitting on some very large amount of gold, probably like 1,600, 1,700 here. Salt Shaker, my friend, you don't want to be in this river.
He's going to try to get a lot of damage onto Gassio, but it just doesn't quite work out. Manages to go over the wall, does not quite fall. A phenomenal gravity well there to keep both players alive.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Color. He's able to keep his jungler alive for at least the next couple of minutes here. 90 seconds to Dragon number 2 on the map. Despite this being a 15-minute game, we're only about to get to the second Dragon. This will extend the game by quite a long time here without the same early game Dragon stacking that we had like last game. Even that was still a 35-minute game, so this one we're looking to go long. And, you know, Vigar, Master E, I said it in draft, you go long with these two champions, they're going to outscale them.
That is true, but to be fair, the Graves can get scary in the late game as well. Lolly just goes in, and with the Hullbreaker and that right swing, the turret just completely deconstruct in front of his face. And that is, unless I'm looking at this map incorrectly, first turret gold going over entirely into the hands of the set.
And again, it's just whoever builds Hullbreaker first gets first turret. It happened last game with the Scion. This game it is set. It is immediately traded there on the bot side from Fritz and Drakus. We'll give them bot side river control going into this next dragon. And just take a second to look at the mini-map right here as well. Look how many red wards are around this pit. I can't even count them. That's like, what, 5 or 6? There's not really any pink wards on them. All their pink wards are defensive. That's a nice hook.
Ooh, 376 wants this fight. The baby cage came through for a little bit of protection, but here comes a TP from Lolly on this set. These are unleashed TPs. The Nautilus ultimate goes through onto Drakus, managed to just barely get out of there. The set W not doing enough damage, and all of a sudden 376 is the one that falls. Epi Champion is between two turrets. Coder goes golden, but a Chaos Storm is over the top of him. There goes the last bit of damage, and Epi Champion is starting to show just how strong he is, walking around with the wallet, smacking him around. Can the Kane get the kill? Can the Kane get the shutdown? And he does. Salt Shaker is here. It's his turn to start going on the carry, but Vigar gets the shutdown. That is a second kill for both teams. A double kill for a double kill. Who is going to take the dragon? The Kane has fallen, so has the Master Yi, and it looks like everybody for the time being is just going to disengage.
Full disengage for now, but we do have Drakus back in the fight. 376 is also walking back.
Indeed, we are seeing a TP coming through here. Kohler's going to be on the backside of the fight. Drakus has come in as well. Kohler throws down the Chaos Storm. Pepsi of Time falls. A massive flank that came through, but set Lolly YDS manages to get one more in the trade. That is mid laner for ADC.
Oh my gosh, the fighting is still not over. The dragon still cannot actually be contested by either of these teams. Salt Shaker being Kane will be here first though as jungler.
Lolly still has not used that showstopper ultimate. That can be a first-class ticket to the backside of the fight should he choose to take it. But everybody has now respawned. Veigar is TPing back into the fight. Dragon is still not dead. I'm not sure it's even been aggroed once yet. Drakus has decided to recall.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, that was a team fight.
It sure was a team fight, and they're not even gonna fight for the dragon. Sigma, just take it.
All right. Anyways, that is we're gonna ignore all the fighting that happened. Oh wow, look at that! The dragon was just taken. GSG Sigma with their early game lead has now come out on top, and the dragon stacking as well. 2-0 in the early game. They did have a 2-0 lead on Dragons last game.
376 comes through, but Fritz hits the encore. That's a huge knockup, but for 376 going in what I thought was an int, Pepsi of Time dies.
Yeah, it was just a really nice hook back from Drakus. A hook from Hook does usually go in the favor of a Blitzcrank if 376 is not the one being hooked, because then, of course, you can try to buffer it, but no one else on the rest of the team is able to do that.
Ooh, the Epi Champion manages to throw down the encore. This will at least be one more kill. Gasyop is rewarded for it, but falls to the graves. The collateral damage comes through, and now this is a much better matchup against the set. This is still two champions. Set is quite strong. The W comes through. That is still a kill, but 376 falls in the mid lane. Oh, the set managed to flash away. Ults him back under the tower. This is going to be a dead Kane, but he's get the set down. Kane doesn't even die. Salt Shaker takes down the raid boss on the top side of the map.
Man, Lolly, he was in the perfect case scenario right there to get a double kill underneath his own tower, possibly even live on the end of it as well. But no, 1 for 1, we still absolutely take those in the situation where he just should have, in theory, gone down without any kills in return. That just shows how fed he was able to get through the laning phase, right? If he had something other than a Hullbreaker is there for taking towers, not so much taking fights, right? So maybe some other item and some other storyline, and he could have won that 2-0. But this one here, second Rift Child is now being started up. It does despawn in a couple of seconds, so they do have to take this quite literally right now if they want to actually take it before it despawns.
And it looks like they just barely get it with a few seconds to spare.
Yeah. Literally would have despawned in 5 more seconds. So Drakus, he landed a nice hook there on the Gasyop, and he was like, all right, let's take this fight. And Salt Shaker's like, no, Herald, take the Herald.
Oh, but they now set their eyes on Gas Yop. Oh my gosh, the hook buffer over the blast plant. Oh, you know Gas Yop is mad about that one in the comms.
Yeah, that one was a little bit unfortunate there. Nice on Corlando once again.
376 hooks over into where the Blitzcrank is, gets stunned up by the Seraphine. Another hook from Dracus. 376 tries to Spider-Knot out of there, just barely manages to do it. The Comet from the Seraphine, not enough to take him out. And what was a good early game lead for GSG Sigma has all of a sudden turned into Titan Gaming Obsidian with a almost 3,000 gold lead, charging down the mid lane with a Herald.
I have no words. Everything went right for GSG. Literally everything. They had a 4-0 mid laner. They had a 4-0 top laner. They had a 2 dragon, even a kill lead on top of that as well. And now, like you said, all of a sudden, their mid lane inhibitor is almost completely taken by a Rift Herald at 21 minutes in this game. They're down 3,000 gold to TG Obsidian. They played this early game so well, and it just all went downhill after the second dragon fight that we're going to ignore ever happened.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, you know, you would think that with the gold lead, you know, maybe GSG should win that fight just outright, but they didn't. They are only just now getting the mid-tier 1 taken out. All of the mid-tier 1 turrets for, like, Titan Gaming have taken all of the mid-tier 1 turrets. GSG have just now taken the mid lane. And the bottom lane one is still up and swinging. We got another dragon in about a minute. Having that turret up, I think that's going to be pretty good for Titan Gaming going into this fight.
Yeah, 50 seconds now on Cloud Soul Point for GSG. With them being down in gold, but still up in both kills and I would say items, I think they are in a good position to be able to take this fight and possibly win it. 3-0 on Dragons does give them a very nice soul win condition to play for in the next 5 to 6 minute range, right? So maybe they don't have to even, which is the bonus part, right? They are going to eventually outscale with the Mastery Vigar comp. So if they don't feel like taking the fight right now, they absolutely don't have to. But with the way that they're trying to push out mid lane right now, I think they will look for it.
Yeah, and I mean, this feels like the exact same situation from last game when Sigma had, oh no, 376. He's just going to get deleted, falls without even being able to start trying for an assist. Drac is stuck in the baby cage, but now GSG Sigma, they're just going to try to push the mid lane. They're saying, hey, you know what, screw the dragon. We don't need it. We're going to try to get some towers of our own. Kohler is sent up there to try to stop them, and he does so successfully.
I mean, correction, it was GSG Sigma minus Gassiop trying to push mid lane. Gassiop was like, guys, let's go Baron. And then he walked up to the Baron and like, unfortunately, Mastery's not able to solo Baron anymore, my friend, so it was kind of a split call on that one.
Oh, these Seraphine charms have just been so good. Set when the Hull Breaker is, when you're there with the Hull Breaker with us, the team, he's just gonna die. Another charm and a root comes through. Salt Shaker's the beneficiary. That's 2 free kills over to Titan Gaming Obsidian.
Yeah, and one of them being on one of those 50-50 split members of your gold lead, right? And now you only have Epi Champion here left able to do damage, and he's melee. He cannot walk into 5 people. Now 4 people here in the mid lane taking that inhibitor turret. 2 picks plus an inhibitor. This is how GSG were falling last game, and they didn't even have a lead in the last game. They lose one fight, and if you're not able to take anything back from that fight, it just keeps going downhill so fast. The snowball is just so strong from TT Obsidian, despite losing the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, you say lead. There's no lead anymore, right? This is a 5.8, all 5.5, whatever. 5 point whatever. A lot. It's a lot of gold. Okay, my math is not working right now, but I know it's a lot because one has a 3 in front of it and the other has a 4 in front of it. Okay, this is absolutely terrifying. 6,000 gold lead. Goodness gracious. See, it's worrying. And you mentioned that Silas is melee. So is Set. Where all the gold is just pure melee up against a Victor Seraphine Graves. How do you get in?
I mean, you have to flash, you have to land a Nautilus hook, you have to land maybe a perfect baby cage onto someone, but yeah, that is the issue with these team comps, right? Like, you can be able to win your laning phase super strongly, but then you have to transition that into objectives, into kills, into picks later on. Like this pick, though, really nicely done onto Enza. That is a 650 shutdown now picked up by Gaskia, but train the Baron up on the top side for it.
They are. I mean, this thing is going pretty slow, though. Gassiop is trying to take a turret. I don't think they even know that they're doing the Baron. This is taking forever. If somebody from GSG so much as went and checked, they would have seen it. But this is a free Baron. I mean, sure, your Graves died, but that's 4 members wearing purple.
Yeah, that's also taking a look at vision there real quick. Look at the 5 wards that they have at every single entrance, and as I said, that one of them expire. But now 4 wards at every single little conjunction there on the top side jungle for TG Obsidian. They knew 100% that Baron was perfectly safe to take. No one was walking there. No one, like you said, even knew that they were on it. So even if it is only on 4 members, you traded the 650 shutdown on Edza for it. Now you got to start taking even more towers. You still got that 1 inner turret remaining on the bot side.
Indeed you do. There's plenty of gold for them to take, though. It's going to be interesting to see how these melee champions deal with the siege. Veigar is going to be put on wave clear duty, most certainly. But I'm very interested. We're taking a check in at the items. Edza, Eclipse, Yomu's Ghostblade, Hullbreaker. Absolutely, I think we're going to be seeing that Graves split push. The set only has the Gore Drinker Hullbreaker in the Jungle Master Yi with the Ginsus and the Kraken Slayer. There we see the Silas with the Everfrost, as well as I can never remember the name of this item, Cosmic Drive. Veigar with the Everfrost and the Zonias. Good for if he gets caught out, but the Seraphine also has an item lead. Leandri, Seraph's Embrace, and the Zonias of her own. I mean, there's item lead. They're at best on par or ahead on all members for Titan Gaming.
Yeah, and I don't know if you mentioned this, but it's also the 10-stack Dark Steel right here for Fritz as well. Really nice depth charge lane on Edza does force that flash out, but you got the 2v3 happening on the top side for GSG. Meanwhile, 3v2 for GSG on the bot side here. They're looking to take these inhibitors. They were already able to take that inner turret on the bot lane. Local gold shared between Color, Fritz, and Drakos for that one. Now looking to take this inhibitor with the Baron buff that they've got as well.
Ooh, that is a stolen encore. It only lands onto the Blitz, though. The Nautilus hook does not go in. Gasio wants to get in there, but the Chaos Storm is here. Fritz is the one that picks up the kill and goes on a rampage. That was an all-in. That was everything that Sigma had, and it wasn't enough.
Meanwhile, look at your base, by the way. You're losing your Nexus towers. You're losing your bot lane inhibitor. You're losing absolutely everything around you is crumbling down for GSG. You lost the top laner for TG Obsidian, but they're going to win the game off this push.
Molly is trying to make it happen. This is a set. He is rather strong, but Fritz goes unstoppable. Salt Shaker is on a killing spree. This is going to be a turnaround game number 2 for Titan Gaming Obsidian.
Wow. I have no other words other than just, wow, what a comeback for TG Obsidian, man. Like, GSG, I didn't ever catch an exact amount of gold that they were up in the early game, but it was 9-2 on the kill score. I do remember that one, and the 2 kills being on just the Kayn. So, like, not any sort of 1v9 carry threat potential, something like the Victor or Jinx or one of these other types of champions, right? And a TG Obsidian literally just off of the team fight on the second dragon, which they didn't even get the second dragon, by the way. It was just a team fight. That tempo lead was just so massive, and every single mistake that GSG made, they were able to punish so hard throughout both game 1 and game 2, but especially was able to shine in game 2 when they were down so much in gold in the early game.
Exactly. And I mean, if you're GSG Sigma, that's, game 1, it wasn't great, but maybe that transition in the mid game wasn't great, and you can adapt to it. A very different draft going into game number 2, as you said. Phenomenal early game. The set, the Silas, they just wreaked havoc. And then after like 16 minutes, it just fell apart. And I think, we saw a lot that they just couldn't get into the fight. They had absolutely zero range to play with, and their big range carry couldn't do anything because he doesn't do anything until like past 30 minutes.
Yeah, Veigar was literally the only ranged champion here for GSG Sigma, and yeah, he really doesn't do a whole lot of damage or anything other than pressing E before the 30-minute mark. He has to have crazy amounts of passive stack to be able to do the only ranged damage that GSG had. So it was just maybe a little bit of an unfortunate angle there. Just they drafted so differently from game 1 to game 2. And after this game 2, I'm wondering if they're going to draft similar to game 2 or if they're going to change it up even more for game 3.
I'm interested to see. Maybe we'll see some sort of hybrid, just a little bit of early game range in there. And I think maybe, just maybe, you patch the holes in the ship. But
Maybe.
that is a 2-0 lead in the series for Titan Gaming Obsidian. GSG Sigma, they have one more game to try to stop this slide and start what would have to be a reverse sweep. If you're a believer in chat, let it be known. But we will be into game 3 in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
You're the superstar above me when the sun goes down. The one and only who could light this town. And when you're feeling like you're burning out, I will remind you that you're a superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. 'Cause you're a superstar. Superstar. You're a superstar.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Wild Card round. My name is Thunder. This is Cam. We are into game number 3 between TG Obsidian and GSG Sigma. TG are up 2-0 in the series. We are getting into draft for game number 3. Cam, what can Sigma do here to try to make this game playable for them?
I hate to call it a draft gap, but I think just simply drafting champions that, like, you know, aren't all melee or aren't all AD, just like some sort of better mix, I think. Like, they had a good mix of AP and AD in game 2, and they had a good mix of ranged and melee in game 1. It was just the combination that they gotta figure it out in some form, some way, hopefully drafting similarly or differently, or like we said, a little bit of a mix between them here for this game 3. Something interesting to note actually is, so these wildcard matches are between the 4th seed and the 5th seed on the opposing divisions, right? So GSG Sigma is coming in as the 4th seed from Hextech. Titan Gaming is coming in as the 5th seed from Infernal. They're the ones that are 2-0 up in the series. And then we look at the other wildcard series going on right now as well. Absolute Esports, the Hextech 5th seed, is also currently 2-0 up on the Infernal 4th seed of ISU Emerald. So that kind of also, again, reflects the insane amount of tiebreakers that we had in both of these divisions. It was a 4-way tie, 4th through... Wait, let me look at this again so I get the numbers right. Yes, it was a 4-way tie, 3rd through 7th in Hextech, and then a 4-way tie in Infernal, 3rd through 6th in Infernal. I got the seedings right, maybe not the numbers right, but it's just these huge ties that are starting to really show in this first week of playoffs.
Cam, I just want to point out
what is going on in draft. I've had the draft tab closed. I've been trying very hard not to look at it.
I got you. So, Obsidian, first pick Blitzcrank. It has been great for Dracus the first 2 games. He's picking up again because why not? This time, Sigma, they did not ban the Twitch. They banned the Cane. And so, guess what TG Obsidian did? They said, thank you very much. Fritz gets not his one trick, but probably their best champion. Sigma, though. Sigma are on that Sigma grind set, picked up the set again, and this time they picked up the Senna to pair with it. Another late game scaling champion. Oh, never mind. You know what? I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know. Is this okay? No, I do. Set Senna bot lane. I got it. I figured it out. Set Senna bot lane. If it's not that, I don't know what it is, because set going mid or jungle sounds atrocious.
I have put on my drafting glasses. I am ready to attempt to begin to understand the drafting level that we have achieved here in this game 3.
Up or down?
If this was a game 1 draft, I would be even more perplexed, but no, it's a game 3. We've had drafts at least somewhat similar to this for the previous 2 games, but yes, this is a game of League of Legends where we are picking champions in an order. Yes, Twitch, we're going on the list of like my bottom to top most favorite champions. Twitch is my least favorite AD carry literally in the game to play with as a support player. So, TG Obsidian, congratulations. You keep finding these champions that I just really dislike. Darius, he's just kind of generally disliked by the League of Legends community, right? I think GSG, if you had the set game 1, again, we're assuming that this is a set support now, paired with the Senna, so most likely will not be a fasting Senna with the set farming instead. Okay. Darius is pretty similar to a set, so maybe he'll still be able to get 4-0 lead in lane, but it is a very similar matchup, assuming that it is the Graves top lane again, but yep, that's a new tier.
Okay. Obsidian, they're picking up the Veigar now, it looks like. We're going to go over the last few things that have happened in draft before I say the thing I want to say. Actually, okay, they pick Anivia, of all things. They have banned a Victor. They have banned a Jhin Zhao for TG. Obsidian Sigma, they banned a Malphite and Cassiopeia. All I have to say about Sigma's draft right now is that they have selected 3 truly Sigma males for their composition so far. So maybe I can't keep going with that. Udyr Set Darius is one hell of a draft. Senna is their only range so far. They gotta pick something that just can shoot from miles away. And the Scion's back.
The Scion is back, baby. Let's go, GSG. Didn't ban it in the second bandit phase like they did in game 2. So now we've got another big, beefy, tanky boy. Darius is a possibility to be able to shut down the Sylas. I mean, he has the bleed. He has the damage that stacks up on the amount of health that the opponent has. I can't percent health damage, that's what it is on his passive, right? So maybe he will be able to do some sort of damage. Karma being locked in here as well. I am assuming that this is going to be a mid lane mage Karma, so that is some extra AP damage that they do need in range damage on top of that as well. So we do have a mix of ranged and melee again for GSG, but we have a sole AP threat of a Karma now instead of a Syndra.
How much damage does Karma do as an AP threat?
I have seen Karma out damage everyone in ARAMs. Not entirely sure how that is going to work into an Anivia mid lane as well. By the way, we are playing as 3 melee champions into an Anivia. One of the hardest champions to engage onto in the game. My drafting glasses there. They're giving me the knowledge of this draft here.
The insight. I'm gonna be honest. This maybe the Udyr's just gonna have to just outfarm the Graves just by a million times and make plays happen somewhere, right?
He's gonna be 80
have to, right?
40. Yes.
Yeah, he has to. Otherwise, I guess the question is, you talked about it a little bit. Would it be better to be set support, or would it better to be the farming set? Because they could do either one technically.
Yeah, true. It could be set mid lane Karma support, or it could also be Karma mid lane set support. But based on champion pools here, we've had all mages mid lane so far for the first 2 games. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that they're going to continue that. So most likely will be that same engage support style that we've been seeing, in the mid lane mage style that we have been seeing as. Yes, maybe in theory, set AD or set mid lane makes sense in terms of comp, but if you are playing for farming or fasting Senna even, then yeah, throw set down into the bot lane. Maybe. Right. I can't see. Oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. Everything is fine.
Well, okay, what I do want to ask then, to be fair, for Titan Gaming Obsidian, I think we know what their win con is, and that's just to have Drakus just get really good hooks and just win the game off of those, and then, send the top laner on the Scion off to just take a million turrets. If you're Sigma, what is your win condition? Trying to stack Drakes hasn't really worked both games. You haven't really been able to scale. When do they want to be playing? When do they want to win? At what point? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that they outscale the TG Obsidian comp. At what point is it maybe too far gone for them?
Well, I'm going to paint a picture here of how this game is going to go for you here, Thunder. So, level 3. First blood will be for our top lane Darius friend here for GSG. That is going to be the start of our game. And then, you know what's gonna happen?
What? Hit me with it.
Edza is going to have a 10-minute hull breaker and be on the inhibitor by 20 minutes. And at that point, GSG, they're like, okay, so our inhibitor is being taken, or maybe inhibitor tower. I'll give them a little bit of benefit here. Inhibitor tower is going to be under fire at 20 minutes by our hull breaker friend Edza Scion up in the top lane. Right now, you're threatening the scaling of a Scion, but Color and Fritz, Anivia and Twitch. Maybe Twitch is my least favorite AD carry in the game. But if he can get to 30 minutes, if he is taking lethal tempo, he will still, in theory, on some paper somewhere, be able to deal damage. It's just in my personal solo queue games, they never actually get to that point. But Fritz, he's been able to in this series. I'll give him the benefit. Maybe he'll be able to do it here. That's how this game's going to go. Yes, I'm not doing game prediction for this game. No, it's going to be a first blood prediction here. Lolly gets it on Darius.
Okay, I am actually, you know what? I'm gonna predict. We have all of the picks have come through. I'm gonna predict. I'm gonna be hopeful. All right. I am gonna be hopeful for GSG Sigma. The first kill is gonna go on to Gasyop on the Udyr when he ganks bottom lane, also at level 3. That's what it's gonna be. Early gank onto the Twitch, take him out, try to get somebody rolling early. Otherwise, I'm gonna be honest, I don't see how Sigma are gonna be able to outscale, but it is going to be on them to win this game. They have the triple Chad lineup. The only thing they're missing is a Jace, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We'll have to see if they can take this game number 3, keep their playoff hopes alive. We will take a brief spectator delay and see who is taking this one. back to game number 3 between GSG and TGO. We have a 5-man stack in the mid lane. Blitzcrank hook comes through, but the Epi champion managed to flash away from it. No repeat of game number 1, but that is a flash burned on a vulnerable Karma in the mid lane.
Yes, welcome everyone to our game 3 here tonight. Now, looking at these drafts, my very, very professional drafting opinion is, something will happen in this game of League of Legends here tonight, Thunder. You know, Epi Champion, I forgot to mention this during draft phase. I think Karma is one of, if not his most played champion in solo queue. I'm not, I can't check that stat exactly right now, but this is actually a very common pick for him to play in the mid lane, so he probably knows this matchup better than we are expecting him to, as you know, TG Edza here, he's got TP, he can do this. Usually supports do this on the top lane, but you know, you can do it on the bot lane as well.
I mean, it seems like TGO, Titan Gaming Obsidian, are just gonna have a little bit of fun with this. And unfortunately for Sigma, their bottom lane is even leashing. They're gonna get here late. I mean, the thing is, they have no clue where TGO's top laner or bot laner are. 37-6
Don't
is
miss hook.
here. This is a set, but he doesn't have a lot of damage. Scion, the knockup comes through. 376 is a little slow to react. Pepsi of Time managed to flash away. A phenomenal face breaker. Managed to keep the disengage going, and Pepsi of Time, the flash is out as well, but is very much alive. That is what is important.
Man, and Drakus right there showcasing exactly why I call Blitzcrank a 50-50 champion. You land the hook, you're the most useful champion in the game, and you don't, and you just simply are not, right? Like, if he lands the hook, that is easily a first blood picked up for Fritz, and that can just simply win the game for a Twitch, right? Like, Twitch is one of, if not the most snowbally 80 carries in the game. That's why Hook landed, though.
Oh, I think that's a dead Senna. It's very close to it. The Ignite is ticking down. The heal comes through. She just manages to stay alive, but she's going to have to use that range to try to farm.
Hopefully this wave is going to be slow pushing underneath Pepsi's tower here. Fritz and Drakus, they will not be able to capitalize very much unless they want to go for a full dive on the Pepsi, which most likely won't without Drakus having any summoner spells available. So yeah, Pepsi, he should just be able to live right here unless Fritz lands some sort of insane poke underneath the tower.
Yeah, now, one thing to note, 376 is actually the one gathering a CS here. It is a fasting Senna farming set. So we'll see if 376 can do what Lolly could not and carry with the set in the top lane. Meanwhile, though, Lolly on the Darius, back on this action, played it just a ton in the past 2 weeks. Finally back on the champion. We will see if this comfort pick can really do, you know, the damage that it needs to do in this game. I'm questioning it against an Anivia and a Twitch and a Scion, though.
Yeah, I also want to mention game 1 here. Edza, he got a double kill level 4 on the Scion, and you know, game number 3 here, he was playing for his bot lane. He's playing for his Twitch friend here, and unfortunately that did not pay out at level 1, but level 3, he could potentially look for some sort, or level 4 even look for some other type of play up on the top side, as he's not shy to going aggressive on the Scion. Like, he literally did flash straight at Lolly's face, if you remember that in game 1.
Yes, just got absolutely nothing out of it. And is going back in again. Darius trying to build up those hemorrhage stacks on the Scion, is right in the middle of a wave. Epi champion. Ooh, that's a lot of damage, but the wall managed to save him. Hi, I'm Fritz is trying to get out of there. Pepsi of Time is here. The range is coming through. The jungler is here as well. That is a first blood onto the farming set. Not a bad one to put it on.
All right, you know what, Thunder? You win. You predicted the first blood. You didn't predict the exact person who got the first blood, but you predicted literally the exact play in every other way, even the person that died in the first blood. So you know what? You can get the point on that prediction right there. Very well done.
We take those.
And you know what? It's probably better than even getting Gassiop getting the kill or Pepsi, because 376 is the member that is farming down here in the bot lane, right? He is staying even right now with Fritz on CS, which is quite impressive for a support main. Usually, at least in Platinum Elo, supports do farm slightly less than 80 carries, just even if they are playing the farming champion in the bot lane. But no, 376, he is keeping up very nicely in, is also 400 gold ahead, but that's mostly just because he got the first blood as well.
Indeed. And actually, you know, one thing to note, this is a set with a ghost. There's no TP on this set. The Darius also has a ghost. The Udyr also has a ghost. You know what? Triple summoner spell ghost. That is, you know what? It's there. I don't know what to make of it. I don't think I've ever seen 3 ghosts on the same team before. It makes sense with the Darius, I guess, and I guess somewhat on the Udyr, but Edza just flashes away from the apprehend, and
they stun.
oh no, Epi champion, the stun comes through. Drakus is here. Salt Shaker almost is the one that cleans up the kill, but Kohler is the one that takes it. Epi champion falls in the mid lane.
That was a really nice jungle mid collapse down the mid lane by TG Obsidian. That's kind of the first time that we've been able to see Drakus and Salt Shaker work together well like that in the early game here. Lali has a very large wave stack and level 6.
That is a lot of...
I'm sorry, that's just a dead Edza.
It is indeed. We'll get the wave cleared through, but this is going to be still...
Hey, he got it.
Indeed. Still going to be a pretty large wave going into the tower here, but this is a 4-man gank onto the bottom side. River, this is a beefy set, but the W doesn't even have time to go through. A full grit stack just gets deleted.
And just like that, Color picking up his first kill of the game. So nicely done there by the Anivia roaming down. He had Drakus and Salt Shaker roam mid, getting themselves first kill for TG Obsidian. Then immediately just 4-manning bot on top of that as well, getting the kill onto the farming set, putting him slightly further behind in CS against Fritz, and immediately is able to transition that in the first dragon on top of that as well. So nicely played in this early game. Gassiop looking for the steal.
He's trying to go in, but that is so much damage on him. He's going in now. He doesn't get the steal, but this is a lot of damage. Just all of a sudden, the 3v3, the Epi champion is on the way. 376 gets the first kill. Fritz and Saltshaker are in the pit. They're going to fall here shortly. A W coming through from the set finishes off the Twitch, and Saltshaker has to flash over the dragon pit.
Double kill for 376 on both of the bot lane members of TG Obsidian. Man, if Gassiop got the first dragon on top of that as well, that would have just been, again, just such an amazing early game from GSG. This early game right here is way more back and forth than the early game of last game. That was literally 8-0 for the solo laners. Lali, though, flashing in with that hemorrhage execute, is going to get his second solo kill. So Edza, he had the 2-0-0 in game 1 sound. This game, he's got the 2 still, just in the wrong position on the KDA.
See, no, he heard you in that first game. You said the sign is supposed to be 0-2-0, but hey, you know, this time it worked, and we have a brief pause. Lali up in the top side had brief keyboard problems. It looks like it is all resolved. Just fair warning, might be a brief client stutter here in a few seconds, but it should be fine. But no, exactly what you said. The flash with the Darius into the Noxian Guillotine is, you know, it's making quick work of this Scion. Already has double the CS. Here we see the brief stutter. Never fear, we will be right back in action in just a moment. You're good. We can just keep talking. So, I mean, you know, the set's got a few kills. The Darius has 2 kills. It's looking similar to last game. Do you think maybe now with almost, you know, with a 2,500, almost 3K gold lead, that maybe GSG Sigma can start to snowball this one home?
You know, I get very nervous now when GSG get a gold lead. Yes, they can get kills. Yes, they could win these team fights, but I think what they've been lacking so far in the series is being able to turn these same gold leads into objective leads, which TG Obsidian have done really quite flawlessly. It's really night and day between the two teams in terms of how well they're able to transition, because both of them are able to find the leads. It's just TG Obsidian so far that have really been able to transition those leads that they are able to find into meaningful things around the map. So that first dragon, if they were able to scare for GSG, then yes, would have been perfect in addition to the double kill that they got on 376. It's just slightly unfortunate that now they have to try and take that into a Rift Shield, take that into some plates, take that into even more kills. Just something that's not as easy as a dragon, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we've seen the objective stacking before. Sigma, they got the Drakes early the first time. It's just going to be exactly as you said, if that can continue. Salt Shaker is currently clearing out his bottom side jungle, and Gassiop, you know, currently they're, you know, both junglers farming pretty much equally here. There isn't even really a major farm lead anywhere except for that top side of the map. No major item completions as of yet, but I'm sure we're going to start seeing the mythics here soon. And it looks like the Graves is once again going to be going for that Eclipse build.
Yeah, Salt Shaker and Edza now, both excellent Graves players that we have seen through the series. Really nice hook.
Oh, Epi champion, he does have the flash. Now the Dawning Shadow comes through, and the wall actually, I think, saves the karma.
No, yeah, maybe it does save him, but it did at least force the flash out onto Epi Champion. So it is a very easy regank here from either Salt Shaker or Dracus if they want to find another kill onto Epi Champion with these ganks here. Lolly is stacking up, Edza is stacking up a little bit of wave there in the top side. Not really expecting him getting any solo kills though. Salt Shaker is showing his face down here in the bot.
Indeed, he's not on any wards yet. Pepsi of time in 376. Maybe
He walked over that other kitty ward.
You know what? You're smarter than I am. You saw that one. But it looks like Lolly and Edza are once again just duking it out. Just going to the wave clear now. We'll see if Lolly wants to try to push this advantage, that CS lead. It's slowly and surely getting stronger and stronger. And unlike a set, Darius, once he starts getting those Noxian Guillotine resets, can absolutely just mow through a team.
Yeah, and you see there on the gold lead as well, Lolly having 1,000 up on Edza just in the top lane, mostly even between these junglers. Color, really nice solo kill there in the mid lane once again onto Epi being able to flash forward, knowing 100% that Epi doesn't have flash, just gives him that very nice window to be able to get yet another solo kill now. Epi does have the Moonstone completed.
Oh, the exhaust comes through. Fritz is here as well. Darius can do a lot of damage, but he has to ghost away. Twitch flashes for the kill, and that is a big shutdown onto the AD carry.
Nice 150 shutdown picked up there by Fritz. Only had to use his own exhaust. Edza committing his flash, making sure that his AD carry is able to get some kills. And remember, Edza, he is playing exclusively for his bot lane this game. He was there level 1. Now his bot lane is coming up, picking some kills up and shutdowns even from his own laner. That is the true top lane mentality. You give your enemy laner a shutdown, and then you call your AD carry up to take that shutdown. That is just so perfect gameplay right there from Edza.
Hey, you know, the inting Scion, it pays off from time to time. That being said, second dragon is spawning, and once again, it looks like it's going to be going over into the hands of GSG Sigma, but Salt Shaker is here. Looks like maybe he wants to fight for it. Gasyop does have the Rift Herald, can choose to drop it somewhere. We'll see if he decides to go for it. Chains don't land. Oh, here we go. Dracus, he got hooked up just a little bit, rooted down once more, but it's still not dead. Yep, 376 is coming in. The Facebreaker comes through, a massive haymaker. Salt Shaker is still alive. The dunk comes over the top. A double kill for 376, now at 5-1-0 on the farming set. Rift Herald dropped in the bottom side. River, but 376. Oh no, he face checks Edza, and Fritz doesn't get the W. The Dawning Shadow is too late. That's another shutdown onto the Twitch.
Yeah, and that one was 400 shutdown off of 376 there as well. First dragon now secured for GSG, tying up our dragon score, but Epi is not out of the fight.
Absolutely not. Ooh, the Rift Herald still hasn't charged yet. Kohler trying to get it to stop. Doesn't look like he will be able to. That is two plates going over.
Unfortunately, was not able to split that with Epi, but improvement from game 1 where they did drop the first Rift Herald after the 14-minute mark, so at least someone was able to get the Rift Herald before, just not able to share that with Epi, who also unfortunately is building Moonstone, so he is going for the full supportive build, meaning that GSG is lacking literally any AP damage now on their team comp.
And we are seeing some plated steel caps come through. Salt Shaker is here. Lolly goes in for the Noxian Guillotine. That's the first reset. Salt Shaker maybe in a little bit of danger, but Edza, the corpse of Edza more likely is here, and that's a lot more damage coming out. Salt Shaker takes down Lolly. It was a 1-for-1 in the 2v1, but if you're a Darius, you would still like to get that double kill.
Yeah, and again, so well played there by Lolly. He was still able to get at least one back in the numbers disadvantage. Nice flash away there by Pepsi. Might still die to the bush. Oh, all right, he's back.
376 is now up here set. Essentially another solo laner, Salt Shaker. 376. We saw this matchup last time, except it was both the top laner. Salt Shaker managed to dash out of there just barely, but that looked dangerous.
Yeah, that did look really dangerous here. 376 is by far the most fed member here on GSG, and last game we had Lolly on the set. He was also very fed, so this team is just showcasing how well they are able to trade these champions, have the flex potential here in draft. Even if they aren't able to use it as well, it is still nice to see them getting these solo kills, and typically you would say, oh, it's a support, you don't want to get these kills, but no, this is fully a farming set. He has built Stridebreaker, he is farming, he is even in CS with Fritz, the other AD carries, so you know what? Absolutely, all power to him.
Exactly, and I'm, personally, I like Stridebreaker on set quite a bit. I'm a big fan of it. Really good for team fights if 376 can get into that backline, but the problem is getting into that backline. That said, if they can get Edza to group up, Edza is building Holdbreaker, if they can get Edza to group up, and then 376 can get just a nice juicy dunk on a 4,000 HP Scion into the backline, that's just good. That's every set's dream. I'm just hoping we see that one. I fully believe we can, as long as GSG can translate what is still currently about, what, a 1.5, 1.6k gold lead into the late game. We'll have to see if they can do it this time around.
Could be seeing another kill up here on the top side for Lolly. Does look like Edza is working his way towards the Hullbreaker. Unfortunately, my prediction is probably not going to come true, where they'll be on the inhibitor turret at 20 minutes like they were in game 1. But you know what? He's still working his way to the Hullbreaker. Once he does get there, then we might start to see some towers falling. The mid lane tower for GSG is the furthest down in HP for right now.
Indeed. And yeah, that's the crazy thing. We are still at 60 minutes and no turrets have fallen. That being said, in the Lolly versus Edza matchup, Darius has a little bit more autonomy than a Malphite, I would say. I think even in a 1v1, Darius is happy to go all in, but this is not a 1v1, and Lolly doesn't even know it. Fritz is here. That's going to be quite a bit of damage, and it's going to go down over time. He tries to get the heal off the Dawning Shadow over the top. Edza falls. Lolly can still try to make things happen, and the Noxian Guillotine double kill comes through. That's what you want out of a Darius.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, and he could still very much turn this into a triple kill on Fritz. Luckily, he is able to hide out in the alcove there, so most likely we'll be able to land, but Gassiap is still searching for him.
Ooh, and the invisibility just now wears off as he walks away out into the open, but Darius now 5, 2, and 0 to match the set. They both have their Iron Spike Whip mythic items. Darius even has the double buffs now. Feeling pretty good about that. Also, I just need to, I'm pretty sure Salt Shaker was at like 80% HP when he died. Like, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, if Darius is able to stack up his passive on that, like, you just completely freely, then his execute is going to be just that much more dangerous, right? So he's got the 1.5 items completed now, could almost buy a second item, I think, on his current stack, and he is going to have the full almost 2 items, like I just did say, for this third dragon. So dragon number 2 for GSG should go very easily in their way.
Exactly, but even if they get it, they have to worry about Edza up on the top lane. Has grabbed the Hullbreaker. That's going to be at least 1 dead turret if they leave him up there alone, which looks like that is exactly going to be the case. Now the rest of the team is here. 376. He is in here on the flank, but the root comes through. He gets the dunk. That's not a juicy target, but it's a target. A W comes through to keep him alive, but Kohler gets the first kill onto the Karma. That is their AP damage gone. 376 goes back in with the face breaker. That's another kill on Nivea, but hold on. The Darius is here. The Twitch falls. Senna is trying to make it happen. Gassiop chases down Kohler. The resurrection comes through, but that is just the egg. That is 4 for nothing. It is turrets on the top side of the map. Darius is going up to answer the Scion.
Really nicely played there by GSG. They only lost Epi Champion and 376, so between Gassiap and Pepsi, they have more than enough damage to be able to take the second dragon for themselves here. And yes, as he did complete that Hullbreaker, and he was able to take that adder turret, he very well is most likely going to play the dive for this next tower. With his passive, is going to be able to take 2 towers with the time that they were leaving him up here. They sent 3 people up here. It does look like he might not have enough time to clear it with his passive right now, but with this next ultimate, he can just press R on that tower and it's gonna die.
Exactly, but the Inting Scion I think is fully online. 0, 5, and 3. That's about where the power spike is. Has the Hullbreaker, but we're starting to see Lolly now at 7, 2, and 2. 3, 7, 6. Not as much carrying on the set, but that was came in. The W came through. Had the dunk. I think this comp, while Epi Champion doesn't have all that much AP damage, I think it's starting to come online, Cam. I have, dare I say it, I have some hope.
Oh no, you're gonna cast a Curse of Men, like, again, like Lolly, he came out of laning phase 5-1 last game, right? On the set. Such a powerful champion to be going into these team fights with. And 376 now, he's the one on the set. He's also coming out of lane 5-1, but now he's died a couple times in these team fights. He has won the team fights though with his engages, so not going to be as devastating as the top laner dying, because he is still on paper a support. Now I say on paper because eventually Pepsi will start doing the same damage that AD carries are typically able to do. It's just fasting Senna takes a little bit longer to get there than the typical lethality AD carry that we have been seeing a little bit more recently in the solo queue. Meta Salt Shaker. My friend, your jungle is not your jungle anymore.
Nope, and the set delivery system, that is a nice and juicy Graves. 376 even gets the kill for it. Sion, though, heading up to that tier 2 turret and is absolutely going to be grabbing it. In the meantime, the mid laners are duking it out in the bottom lane, but all of a sudden, it looks like Sigma want to start the Baron. Do you think they can get away with this?
They don't have a whole lot of damage between the three members on the Baron, but I think just because of the fact that no one else is even in any position to face check this Baron right now, Drakus is, like you can see, the only member even on the top side right now other than Edza, who is now making his way down. It's 2k HP on the Baron. Can they steal it? And it's gonna go in the favor of GSG. They got very close right there.
Red team gets the Dawning Shadow is used. Sion comes in unstoppable, yelling cowards. Gassiop is at such low HP. The Sion is abandoned to die. In the meantime, Lolly is distracting too. Kohler goes down. Drakus is on the run. This game is going very quickly into Sigma's favor. The snowball has started, and it is now very difficult to stop.
GSG now get to wear the 5-man Baron with their next pushes here. They unfortunately only have one tower taken across the map, and that is the mid lane tower for the time being. 376 takes quite a bit of chunky there from that hook underneath the tower, but he's still set. He's still very tanky now with the 4 members that they do have with the Baron. They can look to try and push them a little bit more in these outer turrets. They still have the top and the bot outer turrets standing, and with this Baron, hopefully they are able to secure them now.
Yeah, they have a 6k gold lead. There's still a lot of gold out on the map for them to take. Also, one thing to note, it is going to be Hexatech Soul this time around. Could come into play with that chain lightning effect. We'll have to see. But they are now coming out onto the map. We'll have to see any big item purchases. What is that item on the Karma? That is the Ardent Sensor. There we go. 376 has gone in, though. We are in the middle of a team fight. 376 and Pepsi of time. This bottom lane duo have been putting in work. Drakus and Kohler can only run away as Fritz falls.
Yeah, Fritz, unfortunately, you just can't walk into a set anymore, right? Like, there's one way that you can argue set being melee, so it's hard for him to walk up, but if you're literally walking into the set, then he has absolutely no problem just ulting you straight back in your team and just one-shotting you, essentially. Edza here does have his ultimate. He's gonna flash and ult away from Lolly. He was able to take that inner turret, of course, with the help of his Baron, not Baron, just with the help of his Hullbreaker even, but was not able to continue the push. Now, objective baddies for the first time in the series spawning for Yip.
Indeed, and I mean, this is looking, fairly good, I think, for the side of Sigma. Their macro is just, it seems to be going so much better, as well as their team fighting, and now, finally, Titan Gaming Obsidian, for the first time this series, feel properly on the back foot. Dragon here is going to be spawning relatively soon, and this will be Soul Point. Titan Gaming Obsidian, we saw in that game 1 and even in that game 2, they were ready to go and hide out around this dragon up to a minute ahead of time, and it looks like Sigma have taken a page out of their book. Even with the Baron buff, they are here ready to do the same.
Meanwhile, Edza is still split pushing up there on the top side. He does have Baron. Lolly not pushing though, and Epi, he is very caught out.
He does, but managed to chunk Fritz down to half and uses the flash to escape, but that's a Karma that's alive and it might cause Fritz to back. Meanwhile, the dragon gets started up. Fritz is just running away. The dragon is melting fast and it goes into the hands of GSG Sigma. They're on Soul Point.
3-1 now is the lead on the Dragons. They have the 6,000 gold lead in their favor as well. And yeah, everything is now just turning up GSG Sigma. The only thing that they still have to worry about at this point is the split pushing. Sion, again, just the inting mentality as it has fully embraced it here in this game 3. And what a pick from Fritz on the bot lane as well.
Epi champion falls. You hate to see it with the Karma, especially with Gassiop right there. Oh, the blast cone getting Fritz out to safety. That's the dangers, of this karma, right? Especially with Fritz just wandering around the map. I mean, at this point, has Fritz even really been farming that much? Only has 160 CS, buys just a whole blade of the Ruin King. This Twitch is getting scarier and scarier.
Yeah, it is a 2-item Twitch now, so looking towards that 3rd item power spike here will be the big one. With the build that he is going now. Hopefully LDR is next up on the table for him. I just want to give a quick shout out though. Currently Gassiop and Pepsi of Time are still sitting deathless at 25 minutes into this game 3 here. Very nicely done between the two supportive combo of the jungle and AD carry here for GSG Sigma. Their Baron has expired now. Just keep your eyes on the top lane. Edza, he is starting to become a very solid wing condition. The hold breaker slip pushing Scion for TG Obsidian. You can distract the rest of GSG Sigma and he can start looking to take that top lane very soon.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note is that they have sent the Epi Champion up there to deal with the Scion, but that is because they are the two with the TPs. Darius does not have TP. And so if Darius is up there, he cannot join the team fights. But hey, now Epi Champion gets to farm in what should hopefully be some relative peace.
See, you think it's peace, and then you see Edza has TP, and you're like, well, he's probably going to be back in that top lane right there and just keep causing insane pressure for TG Obsidian. Like, literally, their entire macro play from this point on in the game has to revolve around where Edza is in relation to these towers, right? So, like, the bot lane inner turret even is still standing, and with these objective bounties on them as well, it just makes them even more juicy for Edza to be able to just sneak away while everyone else is distracted on the map, right? That is why you are able to pick this Scion so strongly, especially even in competitive play. Next objective, though, on the map that isn't a tower to be eaten by a Scion is this Baron. And current bots or topside River Prio is in the favor of TG Obsidian.
Yeah, these teams, they're just... Oh, Gassiop. Oh, no. He doesn't have a flash. He has a ghost and a smite. There's no getting over this one unless he wants to try to start the fight. The Dawning Shadow over the top. Gassiop, he has a lot of HP and a lot of resistances. Hold on. The Anivia falls. The egg comes through. Is in the process of resurrecting. Lolly takes the free execute, but the exhaust comes through. He's on the backline. The apprehend grabs two. Epi Champion and Gassiop are here as well. A double kill for the Darius. Edza is weak. There goes a triple. Actually, 376 steals it out from under him. Gassiop is underneath the turret. Manages to just get the one more kill. Fritz is the only one left standing. That's 4 for none. And what looks to be a Baron for GSG Sigma.
Almost the perfect ace for GSG Sigma right there. Lolly, he goes trying to find the last pick to make it the 5-for-0 perfect ace, but unfortunately the recall did come out just in time for Fritz, and just like that, you have the Baron on all 5 members. You have a 700 shutdown on Lolly, and you saw right there, Gassiop, he was able to survive in the Baron pit against 3 members for such a long time. It bought so much time for the entirety of GSG to be able to collapse, and Color, he walked just that little bit too close and quite literally got one shot even through his passive.
Yeah, that was... I mean, the Darius hadn't even joined the team fight at that point, and once Lolly came in, he just decimated absolutely everybody. Is now, ooh, man, he and Kohler almost said hello to each other down there, but the dragon is the Hextech dragon. The soul point is going to be spawning here in just a moment. 376 has taken the bottom side turret and is starting to clear out some vision around this pit. This is soul. This could just be do or die, although this time we will have to see if GSG want to try to push the advantage with the Baron first.
30 minutes into this game, the respawn timers would be most likely long enough on TG Obsidian. If they lost another team fight at this point in the game, they could very much lose the entire game, which would take us to a game 4 here tonight. The last team fights they have lost the respawn timers haven't been long enough to necessarily end the game off of, but now with the amount that they have lost in a row, the tempo, the gold, the kill, the dragon lead, everything is turning up for GSG Sigma. They have a 10,000 gold lead here at 30 minutes of this game, and they're about to take the Hextech Soul on top of that as well. The next dragon will now be Elder, which could just still turn the game for TG Obsidian.
It could indeed. Salt Shaker invest very nearly everything, but it just doesn't matter. Lolly goes legendary.
And yet another pickup on the top side for Lolly. Unfortunately, Edza, at this point in the game, is really the only one that has split pushing presence. He has the ult, he has the flash, and of course he has the hull breaker as all of the split pushing things. And Salt Shaker, he just simply doesn't, right? Like, he's here for the team fights, he's here to help the rest of his team in the 1-4 split pushing, and Edza, he's there as the real split pusher. Now in a 1v3 though, can he keep his tower alive?
Our Baron buffed minions. Drakus hops over the wall, is here. That is a double knockup, but it is on the 2 tankier members down here in the bottom side of the map. This looks to be just a dead turret. 4 members of TGO are here. The Anivia trying to provide as much zone control as possible, but it just doesn't matter. These minions are still alive for the time being. And it looks like the Epi champion, Karma, is going to be the one on mid lane push duty.
Yay! Split pushing Karma, let's go! He did start to build a little bit more armor there on Zanya's 3rd item as well, but yeah, it is a full support Karma build. Excuse me, from the Epi champion here. The other 4 members are doing quite a lot of damage to the spot lane inhibitor turn. Of course, Edza with his hull breaker. His hull breaker is not active right now.
You know, even has to flash away the one saving gracer as that the Baron has fallen off, but it doesn't look like GSG Sigma even care. They're continuing to go in. The Happer Hen comes through onto Edza, but that is a lot of damage. The Dawning Shadow maybe just in time, but Darius has fallen. That's a lot of your gold lead. 376 is on the backline, but it doesn't matter. Gasyacht, Pepsi, and the Epi Champion are the only ones still alive. It is a 4v3 right now. That is Inhibitor, but that is 2 huge shutdowns going over to TGO.
That was a 700 gold shutdown off of Lolly. I didn't quite catch who was able to pick up the kill, but then yes, also another huge shutdown from 376. Not enough to close the gold lead anywhere near. It is still 10,000 in the favor of GSG. But yes, those are the picks, those are the mistakes that TG Obsidian have to look to be able to punish. They lost their inhibitor for that one. Next time it could be a Nexus turret or even a Nexus, but anything like that can start turning it back in the favor of TG Obsidian.
Yeah, and I will say so far, without a doubt, this has been GSG Sigma's best game so far. I mean, at the very least, their mental has to be feeling a lot better. That said, you know, in-game, players can't see, you know, their gold lead necessarily, but I think they definitely know, you know, at least now that objective bounties are up, they know they're up in gold, they're up in advantage. So they're probably feeling a lot better about this. And that has to, you know, that has to do wonders. I guess my only hope is that hopefully they don't get too cocky with the lead that they have generated.
Oh no, Soul Shaker, my friend, face checking the river like that. 2v2 with colors.
Ooh, the Stride Breaker comes through. That's a lot of damage. And Kohler just sends Graves to the walls, doesn't even give him the chance. That was brutal. The betrayal. Epi goes golden up in the top lane, but it doesn't look like it matters. Fritz trying to throw down the damage. It looks like this is going to be the top tier 2, but not if the Anivia can have anything to say about it. That said, mid tier 3 does fall.
Man, GSG, they don't even need Baron anymore to be able to take these towers, right? They got the bot lane inhibitor with the Baron, they got the mid lane inhibitor tower without the Baron, and now they are trying to take this top lane here as well. It was, what, it wasn't even a 1-for-1 pick. No, it wasn't. It was just Salt Shaker being picked out in his own jungle. 20 seconds left on the Baron spawn. You got 6 seconds left on Graves respawning here. Is he gonna make it in time? I don't think he will to this bit. I think it's just gonna get one shot.
Indeed. I mean, we have the Scion down on the bottom side of the map. And, you know, one thing to note, we were talking about, you know, potentially a range disadvantage. Pepsi of Time, now 1-0-18 on this Senna, has 3 items. Do you think that maybe Pepsi of Time is now perfectly capable of doing all the range damage themselves?
Potentially. I think we are gonna have a team fight here in a second, though.
Ooh, maybe, but it looks like TGO are starting to run away. The slow from the Twitch, I think, just saved the entire team from Lolly just absolutely stomping through them. There we go. GSG Sigma, they recall. They're going to start trying to buy up. Set has purchased the Titanic Hydra, is now rocking 4 items, as is the Epi Champion purchasing the Staff of Flowing Water for the mid laner.
And the gold lead just keeps going for GSG right here. 35 minutes in this game. They got the 12,000 gold lead now in this favor. This is what they were able to do in game 2, right? Like, they were able to find the early game lead. It was just unfortunate that it was just one huge major throw. And then a bunch of tiny little mistakes after that. That was what was able to give TG Obsidian enough of a comeback to be able to win that game out. But this game, GSG, they still made a couple of mistakes, but nothing nearly as huge as it was in game 2. And just like that now, 12,000 gold lead, mid lane inhibitor under fire. All 5 members with that Baron and Elder up in 10 seconds.
Oh, but this is a massive flank. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place. 2 flashes are invested. 376 and Gassiop are on. Salt Shaker in the back line. 376 with the massive haymaker to take one down. But the Epi champion falls. Unfortunately, that's not where the gold is. There we saw the set gets a double kill. Senna gets another one. The Noxian Guillotine doesn't get any resets. 376 and Gassiop. They're underneath the turrets, and Fritz is here. This is a lot of damage. Oh, there we go. The Ziggs is almost down. Lolly gets the kill. The Blitzcrank is the only one still alive, and that is finally the perfect ace. GSG Sigma. They finally take game number 3 and keep their hopes alive.
GSG Sigma will not get 3-0'd here tonight. They're taking us to the game 4. They could potentially be on the start of their reverse sweep here tonight. Dare I say it? They won game 3. They lost the first 2. That's just recipe for taking us for a game 5 here, right, Thunder?
Hey, absolutely. I'm down for it. It would be a late night for these teams, but it would be an absolute banger for all of us and Twitch chat. But look at this score line down here for GSG. 14-3-5 on the Darius, 10-4-8 on the set, 0-5-15 on the Karma, 15 assists for Gassiop, 22 assists for Senna. This feels like what the game 2 draft was trying to do, except this time it really worked.
And it did, and we might not in any universe be able to understand why it worked, but it did. GSG, they knew it did. They planned it to work, and you know what? It didn't work the first time. They tried again game 3, and it worked this time. Maybe they'll try it again game 4. We still probably won't understand what the heck is going on in the draft phase, but when we get to watch the game, and then we get to watch it play out, we get to watch a 14-kill Darius just run people down. That is the gameplay that I want to see.
Exactly. And, maybe this will finally force Titan Gaming Obsidian to change up those first 3 bans. So far, it has always been the Shen, the Jinx. I'm going to be honest, I have forgotten the other one, but the Soraka. Exactly. The Shen, the Jinx, and the Soraka. Or actually, you know what? The Shen sometimes gets banned. It's the Irelia, the Jinx, and the Soraka.
Okay.
Maybe it'll force them to change it up. It hasn't, their drafting plan hasn't really changed. They've picked Blitzcrank every single game so far. Maybe now we're going to see that best of 5 drafting meta evolve a little bit.
I mean, it's already been evolving quite a bit. I mean, game 1 draft is definitely very different to game 3 draft. Now we just have to look forward to the game 4. What will be the changes for TG Obsidian, if any? Is Epi Champion and Color going to start playing champions that aren't mid lane control mages? Are we going to get something that isn't Graves? Is there going to be another sign on the top lane? These are the questions that we have to ask going into game 4 now for our best of 5.
Exactly. Well, I'm certainly excited. We will be right back. It's going to be on GSG Sigma once again to take the victory. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is game number 4 of the wild card bracket between GSG Sigma and Titan Gaming Obsidian. GSG Sigma are on the blue side, TG Obsidian are on the red. GSG Sigma had a phenomenal game number 3. We are now 2-1. Can they do the reverse sweep?
Can they do it? Thunder predicted that they would. So if they do, then they have Thunder to thank here for their game 4 and in theory game 5 victories here tonight. But yes, it was a TG 2-0 up until last game. It almost was a 3-0 and then GSG just came out of the gate swinging in game 3 draft. Like both drafts have been like out of left, right, center, I don't know, like top field, like every direction drafts have gone. They have so far in the series. So if they're gonna change it up again for game 4 here, I'm kind of scared of what champions are gonna see.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the fasting Senna farming set last game, and it actually, they put Lolly on something that legitimately could carry. It wasn't a set, it wasn't a Malphite, it was something that just had, had a lot of damage with that Darius. It was something that Obsidian had previously banned out in phase 2, and Sigma prioritized it in the last game. I'm interested to see if they do the same this time. That said, Sigma, they banned the Shen, they banned the Kindred, those have been their permabans thus far, and Obsidian banned the Aurelia, and there's the Darius ban. Now
we have a different ban from TG Obsidian for the first time in this series. Yeah, so now we have to make a choice. Is it still going to be Soraka? Is it still going to be Jinx? Are we going to get our first game of Jinx here tonight? All of these questions. Also, where is Ashe? Where is Misfortune? Where are these other
Zeri?
80 carries? Zeri also up there on the table, I would say, is 80 carries that make slightly more sense than some of the ones that we've been seeing so far. Keen also is going to be, I would consider, a ban adaptation coming in through this series. Jinx is still going to be the 80 carry banned away. So Soraka for the first time of the series is left up on the table, but Senna is the B1 of choice for GSG.
Indeed it is. I almost wonder if they just kind of have given up on the Soraka pick and they've formulated their drafts around everything else, and so now that it's left up, they don't really know what to do with it. But I'm interested to see what Obsidian pick in response. Last time, they ended up picking the Anivia into multiple melees, but GSG Sigma this time are only showing the Senna. Maybe Obsidian try to take away. Nope, they are actually going back to the whole breaker split pushing Scion.
3 out of 4 games of the series now. Edza gets to get his whole breaker split pushing sound. It worked out for him game 1, maybe not so much in game 3, but now we are in game 4. Top laner, most likely jungler, will be picked here on R2. Maybe 80 carry though, as 80 carry wouldn't be blind.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what they do, what they want the matchup to be, and the Blitzcrank again. This is 4 games in a row for Drakus on the Blitzcrank, and are we getting the salty run back for both teams with TG Obsidian just saying no Darius? Is that what it is?
I mean, yep, so far we've got identical drafts from game 3. So we were talking about draft adaptations throughout the whole series so far, and this game so far has been quite literally identical. And now with that Darius ban away, they do have to pick something different on B3, and that will be that jungle Trundle adaptation. And again, Set being picked so early on in the draft still does hold that flex potential. You can throw him top, you can once again throw him support. I almost like him more as support since they have already showed Senna, so he could still be that same 3-7-6 farming, and then of course Senna as the one that does get to have that free time to scale. And Nivea pick once again though, I really liked TG Obsidian on the Nivea last time.
Yeah, Kohler had a pretty solid game in the mid lane matching up against the Karma. More bans coming through. Victor ban so far from TG Obsidian, but I'll say, I'm a big fan of Trundle. I like Trundle a lot. We got a lot of flexibility right now, but Sigma, this time they still get that pesky Twitch ban in. Please don't debate me. I think it would be a phenomenal ban. Last time it was like one of the big, yes, the Twitch is banned away. TG Obsidian, they're gonna have to change something.
Yeah, something. Maybe we will get another exciting AD carry. All I'm saying is Ashe is a very fun champion to pick here for ADC. She has risen very much recently in the meta with her recent buffs to her R, making it speed up as it goes longer, as opposed to slow down. So kind of going against the forces of gravity. Their last ban here being taken a very long time will be that Lilia ban. So they are actually expecting this to be a Trundle top.
Yeah, that is so out of the blue. I never
Okay.
would. I absolutely did not expect the Lilia. What do you think the reasoning is on the Lilia ban other than potentially the Trundle top? What do you think has Sigma really shown for that? And it looks like, well, Sigma, their final ban will be the Ezreal. They're targeting the ADC position.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But yeah, Lilia, she is just kind of known for being able to take down tanks really easily. So they have already shown the Scion. If they are banning a tank, I guess EP sort of shredder like the Lilia, right? Then they are most likely picking some sort of tank for their jungler here on R4, and Blitzcrank also kind of being that half tank. So you really just don't want anyone that can take tanks down really, really easily. And there's another Shyvana that we got from game 1.
Okay, I mean, we're just TG Obsidian. They're rolling the greatest hits back. They're bringing it all back for this game number 4. The Shyvana, the Anivia, the Blitz, the Scion. We'll have to see how Sigma want to draft, or how Sigma want to adapt with these last 2 draft picks. Can you tell the time is getting to us a little bit? English is hard, folks. It's okay. It happens. Ooh, Sigma. They pick up the Volibear, actually. Now, once again, we have kind of the Chad composition, but this still feels like just a ton of flex picks.
This is a ton of flex picks here. B5 is kind of going to solidify where everyone on the draft here is going. I am assuming that this is a mid laner that they are picking on B5, but yes, I do want to point out here real quickly, it was GSG Sigma in game 1 that had the Shyvana. So TG Obsidian here in the game 4, they are...
Kai'Sa mid, both mid laners have a play on it. Epi Champion, I believe, has a single play on it this season.
Man.
And the Nico! These drafts are great. I completely forgot that Sigma were the ones that grabbed the Shyvana. These drafts are absolute bangers.
Every game, they keep reminding me of champions that I just don't like to see, man. Like, game 2 was Mastery, game 3 it was the Twitch, now game 4 it's the Kai'Sa mid lane. Now Kai'Sa mid lane is a little more polarizing. There are a lot of Kai'Sa mid supporters, a lot of Kai'Sa mid haters. I am very much on the hater side. It takes you 30 minutes to do literally anything. Now, something that GSG Sigma's comp here lacking is the AP and long range threat. So, Kai'Sa, she does cover both of those bases. Is she the best, or is she the greatest champion at covering both those bases? Maybe not. Maybe there are some other champions that can do similar things, but specifically in this comp, doing the things that you need, the long range poke and the DPS on the AP damage that you do need, assuming that we are having an AP Kai'Sa mid lane, then yes, it does work.
Okay. Hear me out. This first pick is going to guarantee it. I got to say this quick. Kai'Sa ADC, Senna support, Volibear top, Trundle jungle, set mid. I don't think I'm right, but I feel like I would love that. I feel like I personally would just love to see that.
That is an order that is physically possible. You know what else is physically possible?
Okay, just call me stupid and get it over with.
Yes, maybe they will lock in the champions in that order, but again,
Trundle's
if it was
top.
a game 1 draft, I would be more inclined to agree with you. But it's a game 4. We've already seen the set support / ADC, and Senna also support / ADC. So I'm gonna assume that's where they're going to go. Now with GSG Sigma's drafts so far in the series, you can really never assume literally anything about their champions. So you could very much be right, but I'm gonna hope that you aren't.
I would have loved to see the set flexed to all 3 roles. That would have made my night. But instead, it looks like it will indeed be going to that support spot. Now, I'm interested in how this Kai'Sa Nico matchup is going to pan out. They both have executes, but you said Kai'Sa takes like 30 minutes to get online. How fast can we really anticipate this Nico come online? Is it just like once she hits level 6, she's just going to start killing people?
I think. Wait. I just realized that there's an Anivia and a Nico. Wait. It's a Nico ADC?
It is a Nico ADC. You know what? I should have looked at my stats sheet. Fritz plays a lot of Nico. You know what? Okay, update chat. We haven't been able to talk about this too much. Fritz plays a lot of mid lane, and so plays a lot of mid lane champions. That's why these drafts have been so weird. Both of these players play a ton of weird picks, play a ton of mid lane, and or at least a respectable amount of mid lane, and so their champions can tend to reflect that. Fritz plays a lot more mid lane, and so we get stuff like the Nico, like the Seraphine, and so we're seeing the Nico ADC, the Nico Blitzcrank lane into the Senna set lane.
We are.
This is a banger. This is a banger.
This is not going to be a farm to 30 game or 30 minute type of bot lane. No, this is not a double nothing bot lane. This is a double everything bot lane is how I'm going to put it here. Set versus Blitzcrank. Same score match we saw from game 3. Saw how bloody it was. Now you add on top of that and Nico. Nico is very aggressive between levels 3 to 6, and then once she does level 6, she uses the Pop Blossom and then is able to back out for the next 60 to 90 seconds, depending on what the cooldown is on that ultimate. But she can be very aggressive levels 3 to 6, and with the Blitzcrank as well, you hit any CC onto a center, you can instantly blow her up. So I'm not against it. I'm not. I just hope that they have practice on it, is all. On the ADC, not just mid.
I'm fairly certain that they do. They've played a fair amount of it. They've even picked it, I believe, multiple times so far in the league in that ADC position. So I think it'll once again kind of be on 376 to be that beefy front line for the Senna down in the bot lane. But we'll have to see. We have 2 more fun and exciting drafts for game number 4. Once again, GSG Sigma, they have to win this one to stay in it. Don't go anywhere.
place where they told you what to chase, told you how to run the race. Every move was on the page, but I didn't like their way. Had to fight and misbehave, had to find a way to change, had to leave to find my way. Caught up in a daydream, I beat my mind up there almost daily. It's how I pass time, no opinions safely. It's how I understand what I want in this place, see. Cause everybody wanna tell you bad things, what could go wrong, what fame brings. But success is a finicky thing, and if you ain't sure, no, it'll never be. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. Run away, I don't have to plan it. I can go, change my fate, you won't understand it. All alone, that's okay, people I can't stand them. They don't want me to change, keep me where I'm standing. And I don't wanna be where I am, and I want something more, take a chance. It could be possibly my last dance, my last dance. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down. I don't wanna let myself down, myself down.
I'm sure that they know what they are doing. But that
I'm
being
here for
said,
it, man. I am. I sound like I'm playing it right now, but I am actually quite excited to see how well it plays.
amazing, amazing. Now, that being said, thanks to that level, that 5-man stack down in the bottom lane, the Trundle was able to, I believe it was the Trundle, able to go put a ward up into the red pit, recall, get the red, or get the sweeper, and come on back. Gassiop is clearing from bottom to top, got a leash, and it looks like the Salt Shaker is doing so as well. Volibear not going for the full clear, notably. Looks like it is going to be red, blue, Gromp, and I imagine it is going to be a very quick gank from there.
Yeah, most likely can find an easy first clear gank up on the top side there for Gassiop, like you are saying. Unfortunately, the downside of Volibear is his pre-6 ganks do typically require him to burn flash, because you either need an ultimate or a flash to have any sort of gap closer on Volibear, but with him, ooh, nice hook.
That was long range. Dracus does take a turret shot for it, though, but Pepsi of Time is chunked out considerably. That said, once again, it looks like 376 is going to be the one farming.
Yes, 376 did opt to take Ghost once again this game. We don't have the triple Ghost that we had last game, but still you got one sticking around for 376. And just with the way that he is able to engage these team fights, he has to be able to get on top of people. And of course, with us talking about how melee and how short range, of course, this set is, him getting on top of people with both Flash and Ghost is made that much easier. Gassiop, instead of going for an early gank up on the top side, instead he's going for a very early stealing away on this red buff, which did go to Salt Shaker.
Indeed, but Gassiop is here. This is a quite strong Volibear. Kohler is going to be the one on the first move, though. Trundle is up here as well. Looks like at the very least they're going to be able to steal away some Krugs.
Stealing away the Krugs, but the rest of the top side was able to be picked up by Salt Shaker. He is making a very quick beeline down the bot lane here, though. It's a very easy gank right now for the Shyvana.
Indeed, she is going for that bottom side crab as well. On relatively low HP. It looks like she was caught out on vision. 376 and Pepsi of Time are on the way up there to try to pester her, but looks like they are not able to get there in time. Volibear going for the crab, and Saltshaker already up on CS, taking away the Raptors, and, you know, knows that the Volibear was not able to do the full clear, and is going to start getting some extra CS. Well, Gassiop is kind of, you know, trying to figure out where the hell he's supposed to go right now.
Yeah, Gassiop, he did a very aggressive early clear here on the Volibear. Typically, you do see a 5 or even 6 camp first clear on Volibears because, like I said, you have to be able to hit level 6 to have any sort of gap closer that isn't a flash, right? So him only clearing buff Gromp means that he's only sitting level 3. The rest of his camps are still left up alive. Saltshaker only clearing a couple of the chickens as well. You see they didn't even reset, so that is just going to continue to put Gassiop more and more behind in this early game, which, as a Volibear, you gotta make up for with some sort of flash gank on one of these side lanes.
Yeah, you gotta commit to it some way, somehow, and as someone who's played jungle before, Gassiop going and seeing that there's only one chicken left, that's just a depressing thing to feel. But in the meantime, Drakus and Fritz, they are on the bottom side here. That is a huge hook, pulling that W all the way up to Drakus. This is a very, very aggressive laning phase from Fritz and Drakus. They go in, they think about a tower dive, the heal comes through, but the root from the Nico Pepsi with one more heal keeps the bottom lane alive. Gassiop not able to make it in time to have an impact.
Man, if Fritz had any sort of damage item right there as his first time instead of a coal, that was a first blood kill for him. But unfortunately, him taking coal does mean that that very last auto attack just doesn't have enough damage on top of that as well. Pepsi did burn the heal. Drakus burning that ignite a little bit too early, so it wasn't able to cancel out any of the extra healing. You do see that first dragon now being started up by Saltshaker. He did just lose bot prior though, and Gassiop is covering the spot side.
Millers are doing now, but another root onto 376. This is a set hard to take down. Ooh, the junglers, they meet in the river. Pepsi time and 376 are going to be able to get the first move, but the hook comes through onto the ADC. Saltshaker is going to fall, but the Senna might do so on the backside of the fight, is still somehow alive. Fritz trying to make it happen, throws the exhaust onto 376, is going to slow down everything. Drakus goes in for the flash, doesn't even need the hook, but Volibear takes out the Nico. Drakus, there's no getting away from this set. You may be a blitzcrank, but you're not getting away.
And that's a 2-for-1 in the favor of GSG. Sigma now Lolly with the 1v1 up on the top side here to Edza even. He has the very large wave stacked and the ultimate available if he does want to go for a dive potentially on Edza. But yep, that's
goes for the flash. Forces the flash out of Edza as well as the TP, it looks like, out of Kohler. But Lolly able to get the flash, get the TP, and just get out of there.
Yeah, really nicely done there by Edza. He did have to burn the flash and the TP from Kohler, but he was able to collect the full wave. If he lost that wave worth of XP right there, it very much would have ended the game. Just at least his top lane game right there, because that was at least 1.5, if not 2, completely stacked waves plus cannon, and that kind of XP missing out just sets you behind 2 levels basically for the entire rest of the game against Lolly. So him not dying there is actually really huge, even if they did have to burn 2 very large cooldowns for it.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw last game, Edza got massively behind the Darius in terms of CS, even at like the 10-minute mark. I think it was, 70 or 60 to 30, looking much better this time around. And right now, junglers are on opposite sides of the map, but Gassiop, while he's going through this, going for the first dragon, gets spotted out on a ward. Saltshaker is up top. I don't know if GSG Sigma actually are aware of that, though, and so they don't even stir. It looks like Volibear is hovering around the Drake pit, but Fritz and Drakus do have the first move. 376, Pepsi, they want to go in. It's a 3v2. Can they make anything happen? Nobody has any ultimates. Fritz pops off the clone, but 2 people are there, 1 for each clone, and she does fall.
It's not going to be over. I think they might still fight for this dragon here. Saltshaker, he is still playing Shyvana. He still really wants to secure these early dragons for themselves, but just unfortunately, yeah. Excuse me, hi, I'm Fritz, was caught out there, so just not... Ooh, okay. Epi Champion flashing away there from Color. Color has been able to land a lot of poke and a lot of really nice trades on the Epi. Just throughout this whole laning phase, he's been able to trade back a little bit with these Ws, but Color is going to scale quicker than Epi. Epi will eventually outscale. It's just Color scales up first in terms of items and experience. Some trading up here on the top side. Of course, they are both playing tanks, so I'm not expecting a kill.
Lolly, This is a Trundle. He has plenty of regenerating HP, and then Edza just falls. Trundle was at 20% HP, and it just didn't matter.
All right, you know what? All power to you, Lolly. I never doubted you, absolutely ever. But very much could have been the second solo kill if the first dive did pay off, but it was only the first one now picked up for Lolly against the classic. Now, Edza, Sion, split pushing, inting, hold breaker, Sion. We have seen a 3 out of 4 games here. The first game, it wasn't even inting. He was playing it so well. It's now 800 gold lead in the top side for him. Slight lead for Gasyop in the mid lane as well. Very even throughout the other 3 champions, though.
Exactly. Shyvana up on the top clear as well. But, both top laners are up top side as well at this point, but it doesn't look like Volibear is going for the invade. I'm interested to see who wants to go for the Rift Herald first, though. It has already spawned. Kohler, thank goodness that ward is there. Volibear spotted out. This is a collapse. Ooh, the Dawning Shadow over the top doesn't land, but the ultimate comes through. I completely forgot if it was Stormbringer or Sky Piercer. Gasyop running away on low HP, but Kohler is quite weak as well. Epi Champion doesn't exactly have too much damage right now. Kohler is still alive, and Salt Shaker gets the kill.
First kill picked up there for Salt Shaker. It was so important there that he was there able to counter King Gasyop, and that he almost has enough damage to even just one-shot him as well. Supports roaming their way up to the mid lane now as well. Drakus level 5 to 376 is level 6, though, does mean that you really cannot re-engage that fight. Just like that, TG Obsidian, they're climbing their way back up into this gold lead. They are still down 1 dragon, 2 kills, and about 1,000 gold to GSG, but GSG, they had the same amount of gold lead in game 2, and it did go in the favor of TSG on the 3rd dragon.
Yeah, we will have to keep an eye on if this gold advantage can get snowballed again. There's essentially blueprints for both ways that it can go. GSG is going to be up to them to make it happen. But the first mythic of the game, Salt Shaker with the Frostfire Gauntlet, just absolutely rushed it to get that done, wasting no time on additional items. And in the meantime, it looks like GSG are going to be starting up this first Herald.
It is kind of funny to note here, TG Obsidian's comp, they have 3 champions that can potentially build AP, but only one of them is actually opting towards the AP build, and that being Color, because, Anivia, you really can't build anything other than that. First Rift was secured by GSG.
Ooh, Lolly does not have flash right now. It's going to be coming up in just a couple of seconds. Can the Trundle survive long enough? No, Drakus is the one that actually gets the kill. The Trundle is traded for the Rift Herald, which Pepsi of Time is actually the one who grabbed it.
Everyone roaming up to that first Rift Herald, except for both of the AD carries here. And actually, no, I think it's the AD carry. It's the mid lane and ADC, because Epi Champion is playing Heist in mid lane, of course. But with that Rift Herald, if TG Obsidian were the ones that were able to take it, this mid lane outer turret would just be dead. Instead, though, we could have another fight here trying to drop if Pepsi is on this mid lane.
376 gets zoned off his own turret by the walls. Salt Shaker was forced to use the ultimate to get on out of there. That bar is slowly ticking down. It is at about 30% right now, and that means that the team has to back off. Jungle monsters are respawning here shortly. Both teams, for the time being, 4-3. It's not exactly been a super quiet early game. It looks like both teams, for the time being, other than these neutral objectives, are perfectly fine to just farm. This Volibear wasn't really able to get too much done in the early game, but still has managed to get 2 more kills.
2 more kills is very impactful, Fritz on the AD Nako here. Lethal tempo, plus you can see the full AD most likely building one of the AD carry mythics here in a couple of minutes. They are very expensive, so him not getting any kills in the early game, both of them going to Drakus, does kind of stall out his early game pressure a little bit. Typically, you see Nico played as an assassin, or not, a team fight mage because of how powerful the Pop Blossom ultimate is, but when you build the attack speed, AD, any sort of not AP build for Nico, it actually becomes a split pushing champion because of how fast the W Max is able to take down towers. So usually you would say Nico not being in that last Herald fight is really bad positioning from Fritz, but actually just with the build, he's playing for split push damage here.
Ooh, Gasyop, this Volibear is quite tanky. The Dawning Shadow over the top. Salt Shaker has the fully built bar up, but Volibear quite good at getting over walls. Doesn't invest the flash as of yet. They still have priority in the river. Kohler and Drakus, they're thinking about coming through here. They're up near the blue buff. This dragon is getting low, and it does finally go down. Blue team has slain it. Kohler maybe went a little bit too far. Set comes over with the delivery system. That is an Anivia Egg. Salt Shaker, though, has come in as a dragon of her own. Let's see if they can take down 2 of them for GSG, and Gassiop is on a killing spree. Edza, though, managed to take down the Kaisa mid. Trundle takes out the Scion in the meantime, and the corpse just gets obliterated. It is the Blitzcrank and the Nico running for their lives. 3 kills going over to GSG Sigma.
Only 1 kill traded over to TG Obsidian, and on top of that, GSG are now 2-0 up in Dragons. Massive Dragon lead now that they are able to pick up here in this game for tonight in their wild card match. 3-0-3 Gassiop and Fritz.
The Pop Blossom did nothing.
No. I'm telling you, man, it's a split push build.
That felt so sad to see. I've seen those things just 100 to 0 squishier targets, and even on the Senate, that was just absolutely nothing. If you're a Fritz, that's a okay, maybe we don't try to get a little bit too frisky until we start getting a little bit stronger.
Fritz, off of that last wave there, did complete the Cole here finally as well, and the Kraken Slayer is completed now as well. So finally some sort of mythic on the bot side for TG should make not the team fights, but the team fight macro here maybe a little bit easier, because again, this is a split pushing 80 carry. This by no means is going to be playing for any sort of team fights, because yeah, right there, that damage on the ultimate is very stacked.
Indeed. Now, one thing to note, Kohler in the mid lane has purchased the Leandry's Anguish. Trundle, though, purchased the Divine Sunderer. Mythic's first items are coming through for everybody. The Manamune on the Kaisa as well. Muramana transformation is going to be big if she can get that here soon. But actually, it turns out it is TGO that get the first turret. It is that mid lane one. In response, Pepsi of Time and 376 get the bottom lane just a few seconds later.
First towers being traded across the map. Something that we have seen throughout the series really quite commonly is the outer turrets all stay alive for a very long time together, about the 15-minute mark, and then all of a sudden they all start to fall. Just pretty much in unison is now the, ooh, nice hook.
Oh, Drac is with the phenomenal hook, but there was nobody to follow up, and he actually gets rooted. Drac is trying to get out of there, has to even invest the flash. Fritz trying to be on the backside of the fight. Gassiop takes quite a lot of damage. This is a very impromptu fight. There's nothing even to fight over except for this wave. Fritz continuing to try to put the damage out. The auto attacks are quite strong here, but the wave gets cleared. Nobody is dead yet. Rift Herald will be spawning here in just a few minutes, but that's some important cooldowns burned from that flash.
Meanwhile, down there in the bottom lane, it is actually Color as the one split pushing, trying to take the outer bot lane tower. Will be caught up by Epi Champion a little bit though, but that's a lot of damage from the bird.
That's a stun, but the Kaisa goes in. The Dawning Shadow over the top just about steals it, but Kaisa with the kill starting to come online finally.
First kill now picked up there for Epi Champion on the hyper scaling Kaisa mid lane. 1.5 items now on that second item. Will get at least a little bit stronger than the third, is where the power really does start to shine with the W poke before the team fights. Pepsi has a nice flank onto Edsa there, but of course, with the Scion ultimate, you're never going to catch him out.
Yells cowards and runs away back to the safety of his turret. One of the best things about Scion, honestly, but that being said, the ultimate invested the Scion running away. That looks like it means Rift Herald for Gassiop. Do TGO want to come and fight this is the question.
First 2 Rift Heralds and first 2 Dragons now in this game picked up for GSG Sigma, still maintaining their 2,000 gold lead as well. Such amazing early game macro coming out of this team, and also a huge swing in tempo, mental, everything right from the first 2 games of the series. Now they know Edsa does not have ultimate to run away from this time.
The Inting Scion build is complete. That's a turret, but I think if you're Edsa, you say thumbs up. Happy bee emoji. That's a turret down. That's gold in his pocket.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the final outer turret is taken now by TG Obsidian with the split pushing, and Nivea Color is down there in the bot lane. Next dragon here, Cloud number 3. This is the important one to watch. Soul point for GSG or first dragon for TG Obsidian.
Yeah, and if that Shyvana can start getting the dragon stacked, she'll start getting a little bit stronger, getting that armor stacked up. Ooh, Fritz does get caught by the Kai'Sa W. We'll see if she wants to go in. Looks like she doesn't want to follow it. Drakus and Salt Shaker now down in this river. Salt Shaker does have that bar all the way filled up. It could be a powerful ultimate, but the rest of the team is a little bit late to the party. This is Sigma taking almost all of this dragon down. It is the Cloud Drake, a little bit difficult, and Salt Shaker has to ultimate out. This is not good. Blue team slays the dragon, and now they're looking for the team fight. They're saying, all right, come on, fight us. They are daring TGO to come in here, and TGO, I think, smartly say no.
Man, if Soul Shaker just, instead of ulting away, ulted straight towards the Dragon Pit, I think that he is able to steal that one every time.
Oh, a phenomenal hook from Drakus pulls Pepsi of Time in, but it's just not enough. Gasyop now finally able to turn off a turret, the help of the Dawning Shadow with the shields, with the heals. A double kill coming through for the Trundle. Anivia managed to take down the ultimate at Volibear. I don't think it's gonna matter. Edza manages to get the W off and stay alive just barely. Kohler finally falls to the Epi champion, and now the Shyvana's trying to run away, but she can't just do it. And the mid-tier 1 falls, mid-tier 2 is soon to follow. The whole time, Nico has been on the bottom side, split pushing, while the rest of her team dies.
Let's go, split pushing Nico. Objective bounties are about to spawn. It is a 3,000 gold lead now, plus the 3 dragon lead for GSG Sigma at 20 minutes into this game for tonight. They keep improving throughout this best of 5 here tonight, right? It's every game they have played slightly better. Game 3 was the first one. Game 4 now, they are looking very similar to their game 3 win here as well. And if they keep playing like this, we could be taking it to a game 5 reverse sweep here tonight.
We could. I mean, that would be exciting, especially just for these wildcard rounds. We do see Lolly up in the top lane on the Trundle has built his first hull breaker of the series. That could be a phenomenal matchup for the Scion. I mean, the Scion with those added resistances from the hull breaker, the subjugate, I mean, Trundle just loves that, right? He will just have an absolute blast just running right into that. And right now, it feels like GSG Sigma, despite they've lost a few turrets, it feels though like they are in pretty firm control of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that Lolly did build a Hullbreaker last game as well. I remember there being like a Hullbreaker versus Hullbreaker top lane at some point. Trundle is classically built or picked as a counter to tanks, so that is most likely why Lolly has been able to do so well in this top lane with that level lead, with the gold lead 5, 1, and 4, with the 400 shutdown, and also the item lead. He has a full Sunderer up on Edza at this point. Second Rift Node is now dropped on the top side. GSG, they're looking to just continue snowballing their lead out of control.
Yeah, and Salt Shaker once again forced to ultimate away. Can't use it as an engage tool. Edza forced to ult away as well. The killer instinct comes through from the Kai'Sa just a little bit too late. Lolly, the Pop Blossom, not quite in range. This Trundle is just chomping away at these minions. Fritz, the auto attack damage though is coming through. The exhaust goes down, but Gasyop up on the top side of the map. The Dawning Shadow heals people up, does quite a bit of damage. The set is not fully online yet, but it doesn't matter. 376 is on a killing spree. Senna gets a kill while I'm talking. Did the Trundle die? Yeah, he did. He fell on the bottom side of the map, but that's another couple of kills going into the pockets of GSG Sigma.
Color split pushing in the mid lane as well, but with the 4 people still alive for GSG, it looks like they will be able to take that 22-minute Baron here in this game for TG Obsidian. They are not going down quietly though with this constant split push threat from Color and Fritz. Fritz, he got a solo kill onto Lolly in the bot lane. That is a 400 gold shutdown and his first kill of this game here tonight. 200 HP on this Baron. Hook just a little bit early there, maybe a little bit unfortunate for him, but 4 or even 5-man now Baron, I'm pretty sure Lolly was up in time to get that Baron as well. Really nicely done by GSG. They've got another couple of minutes here before Soul is on the map.
Yeah, we'll have to see what TGO want to do to combat, this Baron now. This is Cloud Soul Point. It will be spawning in less than a minute. We saw Obsidian, actively stacked around that Dragon Pit before. We'll have to see if they want to do it now. It doesn't look like it. Edza and Salt Shaker are both up on the top side of the map. It looks like GSG Sigma, they're going to be the first ones to really be able to take priority over this river. Dracus is the only one. He's around here in the pit right now, placing vision, doing the best that his little robot body can. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Salt Shaker is finally down here, has that rage bar stacked up, and oh my god, Fritz just took so much damage.
FB champion, man, that's 2.5 items on the Kaisa. He is now starting to turn into that ticking time bomb. 7 minutes away from the 30-minute mark that I said in draft, but could just be a little bit faster if he is able to pick up some more kills across the map. Watch Ed's up there in the top side, though. He has TP. Lolly does as well. Objective bounties on the map. If Edza dies, he's at least getting the tower with his passive.
Yeah, I mean, these Void Seekers are just doing so much damage. This is... Oh, Lolly. Trundle is just going to eat up this Scion. It's not particularly close. You know, there's the corpse, still alive just for a little bit longer, but don't be fooled. Edza just got obliterated in that top lane.
And all 5 members of GSG do still have their Baron on the table, and that's the flash engage.
Epi champion with the killer instinct onto the Anivia. A double kill now for the Kaisa. Tier 3 turret surely going to fall, as well as the inhibitor. These are 30-second timers on Kohler and Salt Shaker. Fritz has finally arrived. This is a Baron up. This is a Baron up minion wave, a Baron up push. They are 5 members strong as the Trundle gets here. This is 1 Nexus turret down. This is 2 Nexus turrets down. The timers are still not there. 376 and Lolly, they get stunned up very briefly. Edza is bulky. He has a lot of HP. Dracus is here, but the Nexus is not. The dream is alive. GSG Sigma, take us to a game 5.
Oh my goodness, Thunder! I would have never predicted a game 5 after the 2-0 that TG Obsidian had. I said that the reverse sweep dream was alive, and now going into game 5 for the first time, it is now TG Obsidian with their backs up against the wall. Both teams now, it has all come down to this last best of 1 for who gets to continue their run in the playoffs here in BOL Gold Platinum. I said diamond in my head and I said gold out loud. It's platinum.
You average it. You average it out.
Oh my goodness. We got a game 5 on our hands.
We do. And somebody needs to check the stats on this, but this was one of the faster games of the series. GSG Sigma, maybe it just took them maybe it just took them a couple games to warm up, or at least it looks like maybe now they've kind of downloaded whatever TG Obsidian have been doing for their drafts. This Scion top, it worked the first game, doesn't look like it's working anymore.
No, they figured it out. They figured out the trick to dealing with the Scion, and now you just can't skill check the team anymore with the Scion top lane. You gotta go with something else. You gotta go with something that can solo kill them, take with these winning fights in the lanes, right? And that is hopefully what TG Obsidian can try to adapt for in this game 5, because I'm gonna have to agree with you here now, Thunder. I don't think the Scion top is working nearly as much as it did anymore.
Yeah, so we're going to see more draft adaptations. This is now game 5. This is where players' mental gets tested. This is where everyone's mental gets tested, ours included. We'll have to see what they pull out. The momentum is now with GSG Sigma. It is on TGO to try to take it back. The winner of this goes on to face Lancers Esports. The winner of this wins the wildcard round and gets into the postseason proper. It's all on the line for this game 5. Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 5 between GSG Sigma and TG Obsidian. This is the final game of the Wildcard round to determine who goes on to face Lancers Esports in the main bracket. GSG Sigma are on the path for a reverse sweep. How did TG Obsidian stop them and stop this momentum?
I mean, at this point, it's a huge mental lead right now for GSG. Titan Gaming, they had the huge mental lead coming into Game 3, and now it's just been dropping further and further. GSG, something has drastically changed from Game 1 to Game 5 here now. From TG Obsidian, they have stomps Games 1 and 2. GSG have stomps Games 3 and 4. Someone has to take it home in the final game here tonight. So far, these look like very similar bands to me here, Thunder.
Yeah, nothing too much has changed, at least not for GSG Sigma. Same bands as last time. TG Obsidian, they banned the Darius first, they have banned the Aurelia. We'll see what they want to do next, and this time, they leave the Jinx up to ban the Senna. This potentially leaves that
Jinx.
first pick's Jinx up for Sigma.
Soraka was also banned in the first 3 games. She was for the first time left up in draft in Game 4, but was not picked. Jinx, now for the first time in all 5 games here tonight, is left up, but excuse me, it is that B1 pick flex for GSG. Again, it can go top, it can go support. We've seen it play both roles here tonight, so with Senna being banned, I would like to say it most likely will go top, as we have only seen it being played support with the fasting Senna, so most likely I would say going top lane. Seraphine as well can be a flex, 3-way flex, even mid AD carry and support. Tonight we have only seen it played as ADC.
Right, and you know, TG Obsidian, they're picking it back up. This is the second time running it back with it, and there's the Cassiopeia bringing this one back. I believe this was the game 1 play for Kohler, and it looked pretty good. But GSG Sigma, they've picked up the set, but there is no Senna to pair with it. So I'm very interested. I don't think this will be, you know, is there something else that maybe they can have, like a fasting something else in the bottom lane for this set to be farming on as the support?
I don't think so. I think it is exclusively picked when you do have a Senna ADC, so most likely I'm predicting it will be that set top laner. But yes, Cassiopeia is very rare to see as a blind pick. She has a lot of very poor matchups, but none of them are control mages, which so far, throughout all 5 of these games now, we have only had control mages here in the mid lane. Victor and Vigar will be our mid laner and AD carry picked. Now, Vigar's set is a bot lane that is playable. So, maybe, because you can pull people into the baby cage, that's a very funny interaction to watch, but maybe.
Okay, I could certainly see it. Pepsi of Time has already played Vigar once this game, I believe. I don't think it was Fritz that was on the Vigar, but we have another. It's looking, you know, we're getting a little bit closer to kind of that double do nothing bot lane again, and is okay. That is a Seraphine Sona bot lane. That is not going to get hard to say at all.
All right, and we're back now. Yep,
It's a concert.
I had so much faith in the bot. I had so much faith, man. Like, we were having a normal draft, or at least as normal of a draft as we had in the 5 games here tonight, and then you just come
Hey, you know,
and you pick Zone.
it's gonna be high.
Is going to get one shot by every single champion GSG Sigma has picked so far in this draft.
Yeah, I've seen sets do some rough stuff to some Seraphines and some Sonas, but we're getting more bans through. Trundle, Volibear taken away from Sigma. This was the top jungle duo from last match. Sigma have said, okay, no more Scion for you if we can't have the Trundle or the Darius as the answer. They also take away the Graves that's had a pretty high priority so far throughout the game. Also,
yeah, they literally just banned both the top sides from last game.
Yes. So they don't want to deal with it. This is going to change some things up, but, you know, still, Set can go to that top lane if needed. TG Obsidian finally picking up the Jin Zhao that they have had pretty high priority on throughout, or that has had pretty high priority throughout the season so far.
Throughout the season, but literally zero presence so far in the Best of 5 here tonight. TG Obsidian will be the first game for Salt Shaker, at least in this Best of 5. But like you're saying, this is a very popular, very meta pick, something that I have not got to say ever in this series here tonight.
Hey, they've picked Victor a lot. Oh, there's an Amumu. Our producer just gave us a what? And that sounds about right. This Amumu, in theory, could go jungle. Received some support buffs at around this time last year that made him a pretty popular pick at MSI, although it did absolutely nothing productive. So I'm interested to see where this will go between the...
Oh.
All right. The Soraka's up. The Soraka gets picked. I have no goddamn clue what's going on. I think the set is going top, but I couldn't tell you for sure. Hold on, we got to figure this out. I don't even care what TG Obsidian pick for R5. I'm going to be honest, because they probably don't know what the hell's happening either.
Dude.
So, set top, Amumu jungle, Victor mid, Veigar ADC, Soraka support. Okay, figured it out. TG Obsidian picked the Urgot. That's probably going into the set. Honestly, I think I honestly kind of like, am I crazy if Lolly likes that matchup?
I think it is Urgot favored in the early levels, but yes, I think the level 6 is very much set favored. Urgot really doesn't play well into the rest of the team comp. Like, you cannot, like, Urgot, you have to be able to E in to have an engage, especially with your fear on your ultimate, right?
Right.
Victor, Veigar, Amumu, Soraka, tell me which of these champions are going to E in onto, I think so. I'm going with the fact that he picked it as a vacuum counter to the set, but again, it's like, it's only a counter for the first couple of levels, so at this point I'm thinking it's down to champion pool, right? Like, maybe Urgot is just the next best champion comfort-wise that Edza is able to play. It is fairly similar to Sion, I guess you could say. So if you are playing at least a little bit of a similar playstyle of that same split push that we have had from Edza so far in this Best of 5, then yes, Urgot would be a similar champion, but just team fights are going to be impossible for Urgot. He's going to be crying.
Yeah, no, I mean, and
just
speaking
like
of team fights, Sigma, they have a lot of team fight. They have Set, which is literally just a walking team fight machine. They have Victor with the Chaos Storm, the Gravity Well. Victor is great for long range front to back team fighting. The Veigar with the Baby Cage, the Amumu with all, quite frankly, everything about the Amumu, and then the Soraka for healing. I mean, this, Sigma, their only frontline is the Set, but I'm gonna be honest, it feels good. I don't think any of them care about the Xin Zhao, really.
No, it's another situation here where GSG, they have quite literally picked the perfect disengage comp that this is the most cohesive comp from GSG, like, by far, that we've had throughout this whole series. Like, it is a full disengage comp, like, actually that will work into TG Obsidian's comp, because TG Obsidian, they rely on the wombo combo of Seraphine Sona to work on someone on GSG. If that doesn't work, no one else has any engage that they can just run into GSG because they have the full disengage, right? So it's going to rely extremely heavily on the spot lane to get ahead, or at the very least not let the Veigar Soraka get ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it definitely feels like I don't think TG Obsidian are going to be pressing like some sort of early game advantage.
No.
Their laners are their laner is Cassiopeia and Urgot and Seraphine. I guess the Urgot can be pretty good, but I'm gonna be honest. Any lane against Set is not exactly gonna go like super swimmingly. It's a Set. And
it's a neutralizing matchup. Yeah.
Exactly. So like Sigma, the scaling is insane. Wait.
Predictions.
Okay, hold on. I saw the Amumu jungle and I almost panicked, but yes, it's still a Amumu jungle.
No, yeah, where else do you think it's Soraka?
I know I called it on my first try going through it, but I was still thinking Amumu support, okay?
Okay,
But
Sirach,
predictions, what were you
Sirach,
saying?
yes, predictions. Reverse sweep? Question mark? Yes, no, maybe GSG.
Any believers in chat? All I'm gonna say is I came in here, I said GSG were gonna win 3-2 on my
did.
pick'ems bracket.
You cursed us all.
Hey, no, it's best of 5. We got silver scrapes. This is hype. I don't know what you're talking about with this being cursed.
Dude, man, someone please make a
wonderful
compilation of these drafts here tonight, because this best of 5 right here has probably had my favorite drafts I have ever seen.
This best of 5 gives the next teams throughout this bracket absolutely no functional information. This is all useless data. This is amazing. Lolly, I don't think has played a single game of set before this. I don't think 376 has played a single game of set before this in the regular season. There's now 4 games of set between the two of them. This is great. I love this.
I didn't think it was possible to play a 5-game series and yet give 0 information to future teams on comps and picks and draft identities. Like, this is the first comp that actually has a real identity from either team, really, that being GSG now, right? Because TG Obsidian, yes, Wombo comp is kind of an identity, but like the Wombo combo doesn't really have the greatest follow-up that you've ever seen from a Wombo combo, right?
Right.
Like, typically you want to see long-range ADCs follow up on Wombo combos, and there's no ADCs. I haven't seen an ADC this whole series. The ADC rule has been missing.
There was a Lucian game. There was a
Between the
Lucian.
2 ADC players here tonight, there have been maybe 1 ADC pick champion picked.
Oh man, this is an absolute banger of a series if I've ever seen one. A barn burner. We have just 2 minutes until we get all the way into the final game here. Hold on to your butts and don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to game number 5 between GSG, Sigma, and Titan Gaming Obsidian. Looks like we don't have any exciting level 1 ganks for game number 5, which honestly I'm a little sad about, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. 5-point fans, we do have, notably, double cleanse on the side of TGO for the mid laner and the ADC.
Thunder. That was... I understand it's your first best of 5 and all, but you didn't lead in with silver scrapes, man. Like, you gotta come out singing.
Here, let me fix it.
All right, let's hear it.
Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. No, I'm not singing it. I'm so bad. I'm so
Oh my
bad.
gosh,
I can't do it.
You can't, man. Like, what am I doing here, man? Like, I sat here.
Okay, give me your. What's your rendition, huh? What's yours?
Also, producer Frank, can you refresh the items for us? Ba-da-ba, ba-da-da, ba-da-da.
So good. We're absolute bangers out here. Only both bottom lanes are once again leashing their junglers. Both junglers will be pathing up to the top side. Gassiop on the Amumu. Salt Shaker on the Xin Zhao. One regal, noble warrior, and one dude with a ponytail and a spear.
Yeah, you know, we got a sad mummy on the map here as well if we're going for full what do you call it? Lore words, yes.
Amumu, the absolute goat. Now, you know, Amumu jungle has not, I have not seen it in a long time. It's certainly not a meta pick, as has been the trend throughout this series. In fact, it's more of a support pick now, thanks to buffs from nearly a year ago, but Gassiop decided to pull it out. I'm excited to see what he does with it here. Lolly continuing with the early level harassment, which, you know, got strong at the early levels. I'm interested to see Camcom. How do you think it is going to go? It is a Doran's Shield start for the set.
I'm still gonna go with my earlier prediction of I think Urgot wins the first couple of levels, and then level 6 it turns very much in the favor of Set here. Of course, I could be very wrong on this. I've played 2 champions in the top lane, that being Sylas and Aurelia, and neither of those champions are in this game here, unfortunately. So my top lane matchup is very limited to those 2 champions. As for the Amumu, though, I did play quite a little bit of Amumu support when that was a thing. So Amumu jungle is typically picked when you have some sort of wombo combo on one of your side lanes, and then you just perma-gank that side lane literally forever. You don't clear camps, you don't look at other lanes, you perma-camp that side lane when you hit level 6, and then in theory your wombo combo with whatever ultimate they have is enough for that. Now, between these 2 solo lanes here, I'm gonna have to predict that the wombo combo that he's hoping for is with the Set, because both of those ultimates are really quite able to just one-shot someone, right? Salt Shaker is up here on the top, Crab trying to contest it, but his mid laner did recall, and of course color taking cleanse instead of teleport means he just does not have lane prio to be able to contest this top side Crab. Both of them are walking down this bot side Crab now, and the bot side for GSG also has prio.
Yeah, all 3 lanes are currently winning. Crab number 1. I mean, this Amumu getting the farm lead early so far, has already cleared out both sides of the jungle. Xin Zhao trying to catch up as best as he can, but with so much bottom lane priority, we see now that the Soraka Veigar duo of Sigma are going on a brief invade to lay down some wards and keep the vision on Salt Shaker nice, crisp, and clear. Keep him caught in a 1080p, as some of the kids would say these days.
Oh, yes, yeah. I love when you call them youngsters as well. That's truly just my favorite descriptive word for people, yes. Yes, the double scuttle here in the favor of Gassiop. My ability to speak English is just going downhill further and further as this series has gone along. Just these drops, man. Please make a compilation of these drops.
Hey, it's after midnight. We're casting fast and loose here. It's going to be an absolute blast for this last game. Looking at the CS, checking in one more time very briefly. We are only at 5 minutes, so there's not going to be any huge discrepancies. Gassiop does have about a 12 CS lead, so about a 3 camp lead on the Salt Shaker. Kohler lays down the miasma, doesn't get anything too big off of it. And in the bottom lane, CS about even a wave here and there, but that's just depending on the state of the push. Pepsi is going to be getting some here relatively soon, and Lolly is actually forced under the turret for the time being. It looks like he maybe is setting up a freeze on the top side of the map. In the meantime, the Epi Champion and Kohler are just duking it out in this mid lane for wave priority. That's another bit of miasma. Epi Champion just goes down. Cassiopeia, first blood once again. This time not from a cheeky level 1, but from pure outplay.
That might be one of the first solo kills that we've actually seen from Color throughout this whole series, and in a game 5 as well. Absolutely huge from the scaling Cassiopeia pick that he has here tonight. He has the tier, he has the Doran's Ring. That's the only damage that he has in this early game, and just knowing that and knowing his limits, not even having level 6 between the two mid laners, just really quite an insane solo kill from him in this early game.
Yeah, but the saving grace for the Epi Champion is that they do have TP, brings him back into the lane, but Gassiop meets Salt Shaker at the Raptors, gets quite a few of them, and just continues to grow the CS lead, is now at 17 as Salt Shaker continues to clear their jungle.
Mumu is well known for actually having a very fast clear. I don't think it's as fast as some of the also very meta junglers like Diana, who just, kind of blitz everyone in clear speed. But Mumu is very much up there, like you were saying, with those support buffs, also very much helped his clear speed. Just mostly in the full clear to level 6 is the speed that he does really care about the most here. Top laners do each have their ultimates available now. No solo kills here quite yet, so the R5 counter pick on the Urgot maybe not paying off as well as it had originally hoped for in draft.
Yeah, but at least the set is not at 4-0-0 yet. Hasn't gotten any kills like we saw in some of the earlier games. Kept Lolly on a little bit of a leash, but that said, there's been very limited action all throughout the map. The only real action was Kohler getting the solo kill, and is up a wave for that. But it looks like finally the first Drake will get started here, and there's not even going to be a contest for it.
GSG Sigma, despite losing the first kill in mid lane, do still have just bot lane prio throughout this entire laning phase so far. So with that, and with Gassiop having a nice small timer here on the bot side, they are able to take that first Cloud Dragon for themselves. Next up being Hextech. The bot lane here, Seraphine Sona, it's the classic also farm up to 30 minutes. You have the tier, you have the cleanse on Fritz, you also have the tier and cleanse on Color, which again, in theory, means you're farming up to 20-30 minutes, right? But nope, he was able to find a solo kill despite that.
Yeah, this Cassiopeia pick doing phenomenally so far into the Epi Champion on these control mages. Color having a very, very good series, just continuing to harass his lane opponent.
Absolutely, and now he has the completed lost chapter against the double amplifying tome that Epi Champion is only able to get off of each of their respective recalls as well. Level 6 is being popped by everyone on the bot lane. Does kind of signal something to happen down here. Salt Shaker first jungler to be hovering. That's the encore.
Ooh, a phenomenal charm comes through, and there's the crescendo out of Drac as Pepsi of Time gets even hit with the exhaust. A whole lot of healing comes through from 376 from the Wish, and Pepsi of Time with the Primordial Burst gets the first kill on the bottom lane, and they make it out alive. Pepsi of Time with the outplay.
Let's go, Soraka. 376 has purified the drop. He has purified the comp. He has purified the series. You can't kill him, and you can't kill his IDC.
Set is here, and Set is ready to brawl. Edza's running the wrong direction. Maybe he can try to get an execute, but Lolly sees him. Lolly is chasing him down. Edza does not have... In fact, Edza unfortunately had too much health for the execute, and Set just cleans it up. Plays on both sides of the map.
Yeah, just like that, it is 2 kills now in the favor of GSG. Thunder, you said you were hoping for not a 4-0 set. Well, you got 1 more or 3 more kills now even before you get to that point. Look at this massive wave as well as Edza is missing. He's forced to TP back, and he's also losing 3 plates off of this tower. That is not just a solo kill. That is probably 2 or 3 kills now worth of gold for Lolly off that play.
Yeah, Lolly, didn't even have the hull breaker and was just melting through those plates. But action already happening in the mid lane again. Epi Champion, this is a dead Victor one more time. The Chaos Storm comes through, but it doesn't matter. Kohler, pop it off in the mid lane matchup here.
Color only having to pop his cleanse for that one there as well. Still holding on to his flash. Epic Champion also holding on to his flash. Maybe for a little bit too long. Edza getting ganked now.
No, Edza, he manages to get the condemn, but Gasyop and Lolly are both here. The curse of the sad mummy comes through, and Edza invested the TP, came back to lane, and was punished for it.
You do have Salt Shaker hovering up there on the top side, but I think he's only there to clear his Krogs first. Rift Herald will be popped up there as well. That will completely take the first outer turret on the top lane before even 11 minutes. Plates will be shared between Lolly and Gasyop, and that's what I was talking about. With the Amumu, you hit level 6 and then you just perma-gank some sort of side lane with your wombo combo between your two ultimates, and they are now completely shutting down Edza out of this game. He has lost so much gold, so much XP, now completely down on his tower as well. You got the first item Hullbreaker for Lolly, because that's just the meta in the series, apparently.
Indeed. Hullbreaker set is absolutely nasty. Now, am I going to say that this is the most optimal play? No, but what I will say is that if Lolly builds Eclipse next and only stays in side lanes and builds lethality set, turrets will die in like 5 punches max. So I'm just saying, Hullbreaker Eclipse set could come into play here, because I don't think Urgot stands a chance against an Eclipse Hullbreaker set. He already just doesn't stand a chance against regular set, as we're seeing here.
No, he really doesn't. That is quite literally a quarter of his HP taken from one auto, one empowered auto, and the EW combo, right? That is an insane amount of damage without even any sort of ultimate being used or jungler being present. Hextech Dragon, #1 on the map here in 30 seconds. Current bot side prio is actually in the favor of TG Obsidian, but as I say that, they shove in a wave and recall, so they'll be coming off of a reset timer here. Pepsi of Time is also coming off of a reset. He did opt to TP back, though, so they will have first shove, but not first vision control of the bot side river here.
Yeah, and with the dragon spawning, that could be huge. The Casio is down in the river. They are already right at the pit. 376 and Pepsi of Time. They're going to have to do a little bit of face checking. There is no blast cone for Casio to get right over the wall here, at least easily, without investing some important cooldowns, but it looks like instead TGO, they just back off. They had control and vision over the pit, but that Scuttle Crab is still there, gives them a little bit of priority. The baby cage comes through, blocked off the choke point, but the encore, phenomenal charm. Color trying to get a whole bunch of damage down, and he does. The ultimate is invested. The paralyzing gaze coming through. That's a double kill for the Cassiopeia. She is getting ahead. The Soraka and the Vigar are the only two left down there. Edza tries to go for the condemn. Lolly is here with the showstopper, though. The W just barely keeping Edza alive, but the ignite takes him down. 376 and Pepsi of Time. They are still down here. They're thinking they're maybe going to try to get something. Primordial Burst is still available, but that is an exhaust. Pepsi of Time still barely alive thanks to 376. Primordial Burst does come through, but it's not nearly enough damage. Dragon goes over, and Seraphine gets the kill onto the Soraka.
The Liandry Seraphine putting in the work and the damage that TG Obsidian's comp really did need. Such an early Liandry's, by the way, for this ADC. That was a pre-13-minute Liandry's completed by Fritz I wanted to talk about, but then the Dragon fight started, of course. So yes, that is absolutely huge. The only other mythic that their team has is that Everfrost for Color, who, by the way, is now 400. That is the kind of gold feed that you need to get that early of a mythic, and Fritz, he got it just based on his CS. 4,800 gold for him over the 4,500. Unfortunately, Pepsi just didn't have enough time to get his completed mythic off before that team fight. But Color showing up absolutely huge in this game 5. Single-handedly, I would say, turning that fight outside of the encore.
Yeah, absolutely. The damage just wasn't enough.
14 minutes.
Oh, we love to see it. Color is having an absolutely barn burner of a game. I already said barn burner once, but hey, what's a cast without a little repetition? That said, Lolly didn't join the team fight, right? And set, built for team fight. The Hullbreaker early means he's probably going to be split pushing. Has invested in the Iron Spike Whip, so we're not going to get to see lethality set today. It's probably technically better, but I'm still sad.
Winning
we'll have to see, though.
Isn't fun. Wait.
That said, Lolly is level 11, has 2 levels on pretty much everybody on the team. Epi Champion, though, just recently ticked over to level 10. Lolly, though, could very well be the carry point for Sigma this game, which up against the Cassiopeia, I'm not sure that's exactly what they want to be looking for.
Leandre is now completed for Epi Champion, but he is no longer allowed to play mid lane. GSG has said, you are no longer our mid laner. Instead, we are sending mid laner number 2 to mid lane. And
That's
yeah,
a dead Amumu.
that's very, very dead, very sad Amumu. You know what else is sad is that second Rift Herald, which will now be picked up by TG Obsidian.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they want to do on the cross map. Dragon is not there. It's not going to spawn for a while yet still, but Set is down in the bot lane, collected 2 turrets, and is looking to maybe collect a 3rd, I think, against this Urgot. I mean, Edsda just hasn't been able to do anything. And Epi Champion, the solo lanes are going in exact opposite directions. Yeah. And it feels bad for the losers, but I think both teams are probably saying to each other, hey, no, we got this. I scale.
Yeah, it's like you look at the 0-3-0 Victor and you're like, okay, TG Obsidian's winning. Then you see the 0-3-0 Urgot and you're like, okay, GSG is winning. And then you see the 4-0-1 Cassiopeia, and you're like, what am I doing in a game 5? You know, that's just how the night's been going sometimes. It does a 300 to 150 shutdown between the 2 champions. If that does show a little bit on where the gold lead is kind of showing more. 2,000 in the favor of GSG, despite being 2 kills down and losing the last dragon on the map. This next dragon, number 3 in 90 seconds here, can be very deciding depending on which team takes it. If GSG does take it and the fight after it, the goal lead, once again, we've seen it in the previous 2 games, GSG, they can just run away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragon stacking has been pretty pivotal in all of the games leading up so far. It's, we're going to have to see who ends up taking this one. I can't actually tell what the soul is going to be. You'll have to let me know on that regard. It is Cloud Soul. I'm interested to see actually if teams want to fight for that. Do you think Cloud Soul is going to be, I know obviously Soul is important, but how important is Cloud Soul? Is it something worth really scrapping over? There's some fighting in the mid lane, but I don't think it's going to come of it. Actually, I say that. Hold on, a root comes through. Salt Shaker, Crescent Guard is committed. Everybody does get away. 376 is still here, though, checking things out. Everyone's okay. A couple ultimates burned, but that's it.
Man, that Xin Zhao ultimate did literally save his life right there. It saved him for both Epi Champion and Pepsi of Time's ultimate. Both of them very much targeted. And just like that, the mid lane tower on for GSG is about to fall. Double encore.
Ooh, but the Rift Herald charge does come through. That is a kill onto the Victor. The Chaos Storm was committed quite a while ago. As you said, a second Rift Herald charge comes through. A lot of value out of that one. Nobody has died yet for the side of TGO. They're just farming away. They're clearing the waves. But as that's happening, Set has cleared 2 turrets in the bottom side of the map, clearing out a wave, and is now trying to get out of there before the rest of the team collapses. You see the pings. Is Lolly going to be able to get out in time? He's not backing, but the rest of the team, they're looking for him. TG, oh no, the Set is here. If the rest of the team can get here in time, Set can actually make it happen. Exhaust comes through. The showstopper delivery tries to come through, and Lolly goes on a killing spree through the exhaust. Edza and Salt Shaker, they're stuck between 4 of them. In the meantime, Gasyop goes a little bit too deep. Lolly is chunked way low. The cooldowns are not all the way back up yet. Lolly is still quite weak, and the Amumu goes down on the backside of the fight. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Gasyop for Drakus. Lolly is still alive, though. He has regened up quite a bit. Salt Shaker goes in and was not expecting it. The Primordial Burst says boom. 2 more dashes committed, 2 more flashes committed. Kohler has to get out of there. Ultimates used from everybody on both teams. People are starting to respawn. Sona has come back to life. Salt Shaker is still down for 20 seconds. Neither team has their jungler.
Oh no, Color, please.
He's stuck inside the baby cage, but this is still a very strong Cassiopeia, and he gets 2. That's a double kill. Pepsi of Time on the run. The shutdown going over to the Seraphine. The Epi Champion is the only one left in this team fight now. The second dragon is going over to the side of TGO. This feels a lot like that game number 2. This was a rough fight for GSG Sigma.
Gosh, it's actually just, we're watching a replay of game 2 right now, man. Like, GSG, they had the gold lead, they had every single lead going into that fight, and then the exact same situation happens where they have the wombo combo between Lolly and Gassiel, but it's happening on the blue buff, that little like entrance right there into the jungle, right? The entire rest of the team, Epi Champion, Pepsi, and 376 are still in the river. They're nowhere near where the wombo combo happened, right? So all of that CC, all of the damage between the two most fed members, Lolly, by the way, being still kind of the sole damage dealer of this team for the next couple of minutes here until Epi Champion and Pepsi can start getting some items to come online. They're just out of the fight now with their abilities. So then it can turn right back to GG Obsidian. With it being such an extended fight, the Seraphine Sona bot lane really do start to come online with the amount of healing that they can. Extended fights with the amount of healing and no heal cut built by anyone so far on the side of GSG. That Oblivion Orb was built after the team fight, so that one doesn't count. The healing is just always going to favor TG Obsidian.
Yeah, and we saw they tried to go in on Kohler, and trying to dive Kohler when you have anything below 100% health just has shown to be an absolute death sentence. And that's exactly what happened. Like, 376 wasn't even the one trying to go in, and they still died.
Man, like, it's... And just like that, it's TG Obsidian taking the reins of the game. They have closed the gold lead now. It is completely even between the two teams. 1 dragon lead, 5 kill lead now for TG Obsidian. They were almost in position to take Baron there, but I'm kind of glad they didn't, because that would have been a 50-50 with at this point now. They have a huge temple lead. They are very commanding in this game 5. Walking around, taking these towers. They will lose the mid lane tower, though, for a trade.
Yeah, that is the mid-tier 2 and maybe even the mid-tier 3. They are all recalling, but it's going to take a while. That is a Rylai's purchase, though. Bami's Cinder grabbed for the Urgot in the top lane. This is now a 3-item Cassiopeia to a Victor that still only has 1 and not even pieces. Oh, now buys the Hextech Alternator. It has 1 piece. Okay.
These teams got me so worried there for a second. Like, I thought for a second it was just gonna be like the 5 versus 5 split pushing on the other side of the lane.
The worst base race ever.
With just no response. I was like, guys, GSG, they're literally sitting on your inhibitor right now. Oh my god.
You know, I mean, hey, you know, that was honestly tier 2 for tier 1. I think you take that trade. That is all, you know, tier 1 and tier 2 turrets in the pockets of GSG Sigma. The gold lead is still relatively even. Drakes, of course, are in the favor of TGO. Cloud Drake is not spawning for another couple of minutes, but Baron is still up. I'm expecting both teams to start really trying to push and posture around it. Do you think this might come down to, you know, it's 23, almost 24 minutes. I don't know why, but it's feeling like whoever wins the next big team fight is just going to blow the game wide open.
I mean, with the amount of towers left on the map is typically how you measure how impactful a team fight can be, right? So we have the mid lane inhibitor exposed by both teams. There is no outer or inner turrets left for TG Obsidian. At this point in the game, especially with the Hull Breaker set, right? You lose a team fight, they're taking at least 1 inhibitor, maybe 2, just because there are no more base defenses to fall back on, right?
Right.
So yes, another team fight loss can spell multiple inhibitors falling from either team at this point. GSG, they have some more insurance with their bot lane towers still all standing, and you still have an inner turret left in the top lane, but you only need 1 way to end the game, and we're starting to get towards these 30-second death timers here as well.
Ooh, Kohler has found the big gold money for GSG. It is Lolly on this set. Oh, the Condemn comes through, and the Fear Beyond Death. Edzda, with a little bit of help from his mid laner, takes out the set.
Salt Shaker.
Ooh, 376 flashes over the wall. Salt Shaker might be in a little bit of a trap, though. Oh, the Amumu gets charmed up, and Hi, I'm Fritz goes on a rampage. That's a double kill for the Seraphine, and all of a sudden, that is a 1-team fight. There's only 2 members on the map for GSG Sigma. Obsidian decide they want the Baron. They have turrets left to take. The Dragon is going to be spawning soon. Can Epi Champion and Pepsi take it out before the Baron is gone?
Color is going to meet them on that dragon there. He is absolutely strong enough to 1v2 them, I do believe, as long as he doesn't get picked walking into the pit here.
Oh no, Epi Champion is so weak. Kohler
Goblin.
manages to do a ton of damage. Pepsi of Time does
Oh my
not hit
gosh.
the Primordial Burst, and Kohler with the 1v2. It wasn't even close.
Man, Color, he walked in, he was like, yeah, guys, I got this. He puts on his carry pants, he's got the 1v2 hat on, he's got everything in his pocket, and he makes it look so easy. Just walking in there like he absolutely owns the river and takes the dragon after 1-3 now on the dragons for TG Obsidian, plus the 5 Baron cloaks they all get to wear after.
Kohler didn't even invest the ultimate.
No.
That-
He used both summoner spells, but not his ult.
That was a 1v2 with no ultimate. All right, you know what? I said that these games were giving absolutely no information to teams. I think the information this is giving to teams, even if Obsidian... You know what? No, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if Obsidian are going to lose this one because Color's looking scary. But, like, I think you have to ban Cassiopeia, right? Like, this thing is just... It's putting in so much work. It's already 8-0-6. Color hasn't died yet.
No, he hasn't. This is... I'm just checking back through the games. Yes, this is the second game in this series. The only other game that he has had on Cassiopeia tonight was Game 1, which was one of their 2 wins here tonight for TG Obsidian. And he had also a really strong performance, not nearly as strong in the laning phase as he had in Game 5 here, but throughout the team fights, he was able to come back into the game, also still not deathless in that game either. So it's a significant improvement, and also into a very tricky matchup of Control Mage versus Control Mage is a very hard matchup for most players to play, and 8-0-6, again, Color, he's making it look easy.
Indeed, and whereas Color got the lead early in the first... Oh, hold on, it doesn't matter. Team fight is breaking out. That's a lot of roots. It doesn't even matter. There was a ton of damage put onto the entirety of TGO, and it is instantly healed up. That's an inhibitor gone. Kohler is put into the baby cage, but that thing doesn't last long enough to keep him out of the team fight. They are now on to the Nexus turrets. Gassiop tries to go in, tries to make something happen. Kohler goes low. The stuns come through, but it doesn't matter. Urgot gets the kill. Vhagar takes down the Soda, but that is not your main target. Lolly, Pepsi of Time, 376 are still alive. The Xin Zhao comes in. Crescent Guard comes through to mitigate the damage. A double kill for the Urgot. Vhagar has already used the Primordial Burst, and now Kohler is in the 2v1. Set's trying to make it happen. That's a shutdown. Edza is alive, as is Hi, I'm Fritz. This is still one inhibitor Nexus turret remaining. Edza is so strong right now. Managed to take down the Set. It's only Pepsi of Time. This is not the matchup you want to be in. It's a Vhagar versus versus Seraphine and an Edza, and that is the ace. That is game number 5 going over to Titan Gaming Obsidian. This Nexus is gonna fall. Epi Champion can't do anything. The reverse sweep is stopped. TGO win your wildcard round.
The reverse sweep! It stopped in its tracks by Color. Color, the man, the myth, the legend of the Nightman, the solo kill first blood into an 8-1-9, nearly deathless until the very end on the Cassiopeia.
I mean, you know what? They took down the raid boss at the very end there, but
They
it
traded the
didn't
Nexus
matter.
for it. They did.
They traded the Nexus for it, but gosh, for GSG Sigma, that's heartbreaking. You come back, you win those 2 games, but this game number 3, it was another one. It looked good early, but Kohler, you said it. Kohler just said, "Nah, I'm done with this. I'm tired. I'm out of here. We're finishing this ASAP." Goes 8-1-9 on the Cassiopeia. Has a 5,000 gold lead over Epi Champion. Epi had he only had 1,000 more gold than the supports. That is a lane kingdom if I've ever seen one.
Yes. Now, my man, if it honestly felt like both teams, like, we memed about their drafts the whole time, but, like, they were both adapting, they were both learning, there were changes being made in play styles and drafts and everything through these teams, right? Like, we said that it was a mirror from game 2 where GSG, they were able to find leads in the early game super strongly, then it all came down to the third dragon fight at 20 minutes. Game 2, remember, it took 40 minutes for TG to win that game after they won that third dragon fight. This game, it took them literally 5 to close the game out after taking that dragon. Like, it's a huge improvement coming in from both of these teams, right? GSG, obviously, they won 2 games after being so down in gold, tempo, meta, um, mental as well. Game 3 and 4, so strong. Those were stomps for GSG. Like, it was 10,000 gold lead for them at some point for both of those games. And then TG, they didn't even get time to build a 10,000 goal lead. They literally ended it too fast.
Yeah. And that was in that whew, it's exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to think how to, like, TG, it just going from those last 2 games to this one,
Yeah.
they just felt so much more, not like driven, but it felt like they knew like exactly what they wanted to do. And I honestly I think part of that is Color got the solo kill and then just said, all right, guys, just feed me. Just feed me and let me carry. And he did just that. And I think teams, as the tournament progresses, Lancers, that's who Titans are going to be fighting up against next.
Yeah.
I am expecting that Casio to be in the permaban slot.
Oh yeah, that is up there in case anyone here watches Diamond League. That is up there with the bird on Aurelion Sol, man. Like, you give him this champion from this point on in playoffs. At this point, it's an expected win now for TG Obsidian. I just have to go out there and say it now. TG Obsidian was the 5th seed coming in from Infernal to this Wildcard best of 5 match next week. For their quarterfinals match in playoffs, they will go against their own group's 1st seed team, Lancers.
A rematch.
Rematch from, I believe it was very early in the season that they played against them. So TG Obsidian. Week 1?
It was week 1.
Wow.
They pushed him to 3.
Okay.
TGO, they lost the first game, won the second, lost the third. So a little bit of revenge in the cards, maybe.
Clearly they're able to learn and adapt just in the phase of 1 series. Now, 10 weeks in the making, can they take down the first team that they lost to here in BOL Platinum? That's an exciting one.
Absolutely. But again, congratulations to TGO for taking home this best of 5. GSG Sigma, phenomenal series as well. You made it an absolute banger.
Absolutely.
Congratulations for making it to the postseason at all. But unfortunately, we will be seeing you next season. Hopefully we'll be seeing you next season if you decide to come back. But at least for us, that will be it for tonight. Camcom, any last shout outs from you?
Ooh, we've got an announcement on the way right after this stream. Next week for Diamond semifinals, I will be hosting a family feud, which requires a community poll. So anyone can vote on the community poll, giving us some better answers to be able to use on Family Feud next week. Stay tuned for that announcement in the Discord after the stream.
Absolutely. Make sure you join that Discord chat. Don't be lamos. But that will be it for us for tonight. As we said, I super appreciate being able to come and sub here we're both subs. This was an absolute banger. I'm happy that we got to do this. And again, thank you to Laggy for being the producer for this one. To all of you, thank you so much for watching. Be safe, be smart, make wise decisions, and farewell.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes, embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches stack. Restlessness to hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic. We're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic. Believe you could have it, and I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.